We have a team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes a part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
It had to be me, keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days. play.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship resistant. There are plenty of stable coins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stable coin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy bPro tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our bPro token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives bPro holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes are watching me. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and a spy and carry rumors. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. Watching me. I think your spies are watching. Watching me.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still
Somos Argen BTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days. Rest of my day, your name, rest of my day, call your name, rest of my day,
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy bPro tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our bPro token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives bPro holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
Every move I make, every step I take, spy and carry rumors. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. Watching me. I think your spies are watching. Watching me.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. Riff Lumino enables two-way payment channels, with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of Riff payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino Lite Client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services or trust another node to make off-chain payments for you. Lumino Lite Client is here to serve the unbanked, which account for over 1.5 billion adults globally. With the use of stablecoins deployed on RSK, such as Riff Dollar on-chain, the unbanked can enjoy making everyday transactions with crypto, while benefiting from the stability of fiat currency. Developers can integrate Lumino Lite Client into any web or mobile app they are building. The Lumino network has created the tools needed to make cryptocurrency and banking accessible to everyone. To learn more about Riff Lumino and how to join the network, visit riffos.org.
Hoy en Latinoamérica el futuro es incierto, pero donde otros ven incertidumbre, nosotros vemos oportunidades. Oportunidades infinitas, pero que solo existen si hay alguien para tomarlas. Hoy las comunidades cripto de Latinoamérica están listas para dar el siguiente paso. Hoy nace Mexo. Llegamos para cambiar las reglas del juego en Latinoamérica. Con Mexo puedes comprar, vender y tradear activos digitales como un pro. Tenemos el kit de herramientas más completo del mercado para llevar tu forma de tradear al siguiente nivel. Realiza spot trading, contract trading y aprovecha los beneficios de nuestro P2P marketplace desde tu laptop o celular.
Welcome again, 4th day of LABITCONF. We are so excited about today. Today we're having Vitalik Buterin in just the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes and we start with the first talk of today, inviting Vitalik Buterin, who is obviously the leader of Ethereum. That's why we have DevCon here, which will be hosted in Bogota in August 2021. So we invite all the community, that's even the ones who are working on Bitcoin, to understand and to check how is this evolving, this other blockchain ecosystem, yes, how is smart contracts evolving. I think we have lots to learn from them, from their projects, yes, also to bring them down to Bitcoin. So welcome Vitalik in a very few minutes. I hope you all check DevCon. Is the #1 conference in Ethereum space. Yes, it's the #1 conference for developers. So we actively invite you to check the DevCon, and obviously to have the same opportunity that you have when we do here LABITCONF, yes, coming down to Latin America, enjoying Latin American spirit, enjoying the humanity that you will feel and perceive in Latin America. Yes, it's a special space. So I hope that you get also that vibration that you can get in Colombia, where we've done so many. We did have a very beautiful conference in Colombia in 2016, I think 2017, when the Bitcoin price was going up. And we really have like a human experience, so nice and active, that I hope you have the same experience there in DevCon. So Vitalik Buterin in the next 20 minutes, and right after Vitalik, we will have Andreas Antonopoulos interviewing Vitalik. So the Bitcoin, actually Andreas wrote a book called Mastering Ethereum, so he's not only Bitcoin space, but we sort of encapsulate Andreas like the Bitcoin, one of the main Bitcoin players in the space, with Vitalik, the main Bitcoin player in Ethereum. So we are highly excited. We are really waiting for these two talks, and very soon, in the next 20 minutes, we will be with you at 1 o'clock Argentina, which is in the next 20 minutes. Welcome and see you then.
Somos ArgenBTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
it had to be me, keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, call your name, the rest of my days.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy BPRO tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our BPRO token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives BPRO holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watch it. Every step I take, watch it. Every word I say, I think your spies are watching me. Every move I make, watch it. Every step I take, watch it. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watch it. Every step I take, watch it. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Every move I make, watch it. Every step I take, watch it. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. Watching me. I think your spies are watching me. Watching me. Watching, I think your spies.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. Riff Lumino enables two-way payment channels, with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of Riff payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino-like client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services.
Welcome everybody to our fourth day of LABITCONF. Thank you for following us, for being together with us since the first day. Yes, we are really excited about today. In just a few minutes, we will have Vitalik Buterin for first time talking in LABITCONF and one of the first time addressing Latin America. So very excited. Just a few days ago, they launched Ethereum 2.0. So for us, it's like a privilege hosting Vitalik today. And why are we hosting Vitalik also? And related to the thing of Vitalik, we have DevCon occurring in Latin America. Yes, DevCon is occurring in Latin America this year, not this year, next year, 2021, August 2021, will be hosted in Colombia. We were fighting with them. We wanted to host them in Buenos Aires. Finally, Colombia won the fight. So congratulations to all the Colombian team that managed to put DevCon in Colombia. Welcome, DevCon. DevCon is the #1 conference for all the Bitcoiners that are watching us, yes, and welcome all the Ethereum guys that are watching us today because of we hosting Vitalik. Also, yes, this conference is being hosted in Decentraland, yes. If you have the chance to know Decentraland, you have Mana and all this decentralized project, you can find this conference being live streamed also through Decentraland. So welcome also the guys of Decentraland, Ordano. Welcome, thank you for making this possible too. So DevCon is the #1 conference in the space of Ethereum. For those who are not related to this space, we understand Bitcoin as the currency. We understand Bitcoin. We defend actively in this conference. It's LABITCONF. It has always been related to Bitcoin itself. But since the last 3-4 years, we decided to also open much more to other developments. Yes, and Ethereum is the #1 complementary blockchain beyond Bitcoin, and we cannot close our eyes about what they are doing and what they are achieving, yes, with all their advancements. So welcome Ethereum also to this space. What are we going to talk today? So we have Vitalik's first talk about Ethereum 2.0. They just launched it some days ago. Also about scaling with Ethereum, yes. We will also have some discussions. We will have Andreas Antonopoulos interviewing Vitalik, which for us is like a whoa. For every Bitcoiner, Andreas is whoa, and Vitalik is whoa in the Ethereum space. So we are all whoa today about this next talk after the 25 minutes presentation of Vitalik. After that, we will have a discussion on DeFi. Yes, DeFi, we have heard so much about DeFi already. It's like the new boom in the Ethereum space. We had the ICOs, we had the CryptoKitties, we had the blockchain. It's everything, and Bitcoin is nothing. And now we have the DeFi, so it's a new boom, yes, but each of these booms really leave something and give us a chance to learn. So what we have to learn from DeFi? Is it only speculation? Is it innovation, speculation? What is in this for Bitcoin also? And we will also have a panel about DeFi on Bitcoin or with Bitcoin, yes? Because there are some opportunities of DeFi like money on chain, which runs over RSK, but finally with collateral of Bitcoin. But there are other options also of DeFi, of stablecoins, thought for a collateral of Bitcoin like TBTC and WBTC, yes? And they will be all introduced here by the leaders of these projects also in one of the panels. So bear with us, stay with us all day. Yes, we have a very, very interesting topic also for those who are from Americas or other countries. We will have the guys from Local Bitcoin talking about how is the ecosystem, Latin American ecosystem of peer-to-peer trading evolving, yes, and what did happen in these last few days, few months of pandemic. So I think it will be a very, very interesting topic also to understand a bit the landscape of the space and how economic and Bitcoin is flowing between people, yes? So stay with us. Remember that tomorrow, if you're watching us, I don't know where you're watching us today, yes? But in the case you're watching us not in our platform, remember labitconf.com, labitconf.com. It's the website you will be able to check not only the English version of the talks, but we will have also complementary talks in Spanish if you happen to speak Spanish. So welcome, join us, and join us tomorrow also for the 5th day and last day of the conference. Welcome, Vitalik, and welcome, everybody.
Okay. Wait, is Andreas here? Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Okay, great. No, so yes. No, sorry. I was just a bit confused. I didn't even realize I was supposed to be giving you a talk. I thought it was just the interview. Hmm. No, sorry. I.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Vitalik. How's it going?
Good. How are you, Andreas?
I'm doing great. I don't know if we're live or when we will be live, but maybe they can tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Diana? Who is that? Just let us know when we are ready.
Welcome, Vitalik. Welcome, Andreas. Once more, Andreas, to our space. Thank you for joining us today in this very, very interesting interview that you will be about to host. We decided somehow to expand the time that we were planned to do this interview. I think it's the most interesting talk of this event. So please be free, yes, to take 40 minutes, 50 minutes in your talk easily. And I want to welcome Vitalik once more to our space. Yes, welcome to LABITCONF. We are very highly excited of hosting you here. Yes, for us, it's a very special moment. So thank you, really thank you for joining. Yes.
No, thank you very much. It's good to be here.
And
Thank you so much, Rodolfo.
No, please. Thanks to you, Andreas. Please, feel free, welcome, and enjoy. Get fun.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You know, it seems to me that this was presented a bit as if it's going to be a grand battle between Bitcoin and Ethereum. And so I wanted to just dive right in and ask you directly, Vitalik, are you ready at this moment to denounce the Ethereum 2 scaling program, to recognize that Bitcoin fixes this, and to just stop trying?
I mean, I think absolutely. Like we've definitely tried for a really long time, but we've just realized that ultimately just having a plain old proof of work chain with 1 gigabyte blocks is Satoshi's vision, and it is the correct way to make a blockchain. And that's what we're going to be striving toward from now on.
Okay, fantastic. So now that we've cleared the air and we've passed that obstacle, we can talk about some other topics, maybe. So thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. Most people in this space know you only as the inventor of Ethereum. But I think the first time I met you was in 2013, and you were the co-founder of the Bitcoin magazine. And Ethereum wasn't yet on the radar. And even after Ethereum became obviously your main project, you've maintained a fairly broad set of interests that go well beyond Ethereum. I read your work, I see your blog posts and things like that. You write about Ethereum, obviously, you write about consensus algorithms and blockchains, but you also write about governance. You write about applied mathematics and applied cryptography. You're interested in languages and have mastered several of them, some quite fast. You play chess. You have a very broad range of interests. And in many of these areas, you are a prolific producer of ideas. How the hell do you do it? Because I can't imagine how you fit so much in a day. Is there a plan? Is there a system? Is there discipline? Do you just wing it? What does a day look like?
And I think one of the biggest things is that there's definitely kind of 3 parts exploring to 1 part building at least. And I think that's probably true with kind of most idea people that I know about, right? Like for every new idea that you can come up with, like people have 2 parents. Ideas often have like 10 or 20 parents, and you have to kind of come up with take a bunch of these things from all these different contexts and find different ways to kind of put them together, even find ways to put them together that people have not tried to kind of put them together before. And I think the crypto space is actually an excellent breeding ground for this kind of thinking, right? Because if you look at even just like how interactions between chains and interactions between hard forks and Ethereum Classic, Bitcoin Cash, and now we have BAB and all these different delegated proof of stake and all of these systems, right? And like it basically recreates well, originally we thought we were recreating finance, but it also recreates governance, it recreates politics, like the way that I sometimes kind of twist Peter Thiel's quote about flying cars in 140 characters is that the crypto spaces version is we thought we wanted digital nations, but instead we got digital nationalism. So basically, like it recreates all of these phenomena, but in a way that's kind of divorced from a lot of the biases and preconceptions that we, with our attachments to various concepts that have been invented by dead people 300 years before us. And here it's this kind of very new environment, and it's just very open to kind of abstract thinking. And so, like I spend a lot of my time just reading lots of different things. One of the things I've started doing is, in addition to reading, is also just going on 20-kilometer walks and listening to long-form podcasts. Then for more mathematical things, I've done the ZK Stark and ZK Stark blog posts. In those cases, the best way to learn is actually to just build the thing, right? Like you don't actually understand an algorithm, I think, until you've kind of coded up an implementation yourself. And then like you do kind of all of these different things, and eventually you just kind of start finding connections. And this applies both to generating ideas in general, and also a lot of these things do end up kind of feeding into things like the Ethereum 2.0 spec, for example.
So you cast a wide net, you listen to a lot of things, and then you see connections between all of these disparate topics that feed into your work. Would you describe yourself as someone who is always busy, or does this just not feel like work at all?
It's a good question. I mean, it depends on the kind of work. Some of both. Like it's definitely busy, and it's definitely on the end of active and always doing things side. I mean, it's definitely not boring. I can say that much.
Right. I think a lot of people misunderstand the role you have in Ethereum. And I'm going to just throw this question out, hopefully not blindside you. But a lot of people see your role in Ethereum as the sage that sits on a podium, and then developers come to you and they ask questions like, what is the answer to life, the universe, and everything? And you say 42, and then they go and build it. Anybody who's actually watched or listened or participated in any of the Ethereum developer calls knows that's not actually how it works. And in fact, not only do you take ideas from other people, and it's a conversation, but often the idea that you pursue ends up being wrong, and somebody else's idea ends up being the one you pursue, which I think we saw very starkly with the two versions of Casper for ETH2, right? That was a very long-running intellectual debate, and it wasn't settled at all, and you didn't just decide. So what are the biggest mistakes you've made, and what have you learned from those by being in that role?
So, and there's, I guess, probably two kinds of mistakes. There's kind of technical mistakes and there's social mistakes. You know, I could talk about both. They're interesting in different ways. So, I mean, technical mistakes, there's definitely a lot of kind of dead ends that you can see in the existing ETH1 spec that we're only cleaning up now. Like even just things like, you know, for those who understand what this means, the fact that we use a hexarray tree instead of a binary tree, right? Like a tree where kind of every node has 16 children instead of 2. And we had some reasons why we did this at the beginning, but then like only 4 or 5 years later, when other people came along, then we realized like, oh, it turns out the data structure you use for hashing and the data structure that you use to store on disk don't even have to be the same. And so the reasons I had to be hesitant about binary trees were actually completely wrong. And so now like, we basically have to do the work of kind of replacing that old tree with a newer structure, right? And so there's a lot of these examples of very suboptimal things that just exist in Ethereum, basically because 5 or 6 years ago we were, 5 or 10 people, and we didn't really know better. The 256-bit VM is a constant source of pains and joys. Also RLP. What else? Even some like things around the. Actually, I think the proof of work algorithm, like even though we're switching the proof of stake, I don't think that was a mistake, and I actually think that it was good to have that for at least a couple of years as an alternative mechanism of issuance, just to make sure the coin isn't fully concentrated in the hands of people who bought in the sale. So that was a good decision at the time and a good decision to switch, in my opinion. So, and then there's this big long list of things like that. And then there's even cases where, and as you said, like I had an idea pushing in one direction and then other people went another way. And then even before it got implemented, I realized that the other person was correct. So like I credit Justin for trying really hard to push ETH to use BLS, which was something that I originally resisted. But it ended up being hugely important for us. It ended up being like really good for.
What's BLS again?
Sorry, this is it's an elliptic curve signature scheme. The thing,
yes.
The thing that matters about BLS, like why people care about it at a high level, is that this concept of aggregation, that you can take a whole bunch of different signatures and just add them. Like, it's just a mathematical operation, take a bunch of these numbers and combine them together into an object that's of the same size, and it represents an arbitrary number of signatures. And so you can have blocks that contain lots of things, and they're still tiny and fairly easy to verify.
Similar motivation to Schnorr signatures, implementing in for signature aggregation in Bitcoin.
Right, exactly. Except with BLS, the really cool thing is that the aggregation is non-interactive. So you can just literally take other people's fully finished signatures and you just combine them together locally and you're done. So that's just on the technical side. On the human and social side, I think, the first big error I made in Ethereum was just the whole, let's invite pretty much everyone who responded within the first week to be a co-founder thing. Like the way that Ethereum worked at the beginning, right? It was like I published this white paper, and then people started replying back saying, "Hey, I want to help." And basically, the first 10 people who did that became kind of co-founders of the project. And there were definitely some people who kind of came out of that process who stuck for the long haul, but there was also a lot that just kind of got into roles that didn't really make sense for them, or people with whom my values were turned out to not be aligned, or turned out to be much less aligned than I had thought. And in some of those cases, like you don't even know what people's values really are until there's millions of dollars on the line, unfortunately. So there's a lot of kind of painful lessons that I had to learn, and I like I learned after the fact that out of the VCs who were skeptical of Ethereum at the beginning, the big co-founder team was one of the big things that made them skeptical. So in some ways, they were completely right on that. I guess the thing that they were wrong about is that the project did manage to kind of work its way out of a surprising number of holes at the beginning and prove itself very resilient. So that's one example of something at the begining that I think we did do kind of less well than we had hoped, just out of inexperience. Trying to think through some other things. And just like the relationship between the foundation and the community, I think is also just this important thing that we're learning from on a fairly ongoing basis. Like just balancing between, the desire to try to be fair and be neutral versus the desire to like actually support things that need to be supported. And we've definitely had periods where we've kind of erred too much on the cautious side. And so, I think over the last couple of years, the foundation's become much more active, and you can see, the website is much bigger and has a lot more things. There's translations, a big grant program, and all of these things. And behind that too, there's just a lot of people's hard work. And on the administrative side, I am the chair director, and then Ken, Bastian, Sina, Albert, and a big kind of long tail of names. And unfortunately, I have to stop somewhere. So one of the also just ongoing learning processes.
Definitely interesting. I like the way you split it into technical and social. I think one of the big challenges in our industry is that people either underestimate the social or overestimate the technical side of this. And it would all be a lot easier if only robots use these blockchains and you didn't have people and interests and motivations and egos and lots of money in the middle of the table for everyone to go for.
Right. And then there's, of course, people on the other side of the extreme who understands the social, but they think that for technical, all you need is a Control-C and Control-V. And unfortunately, if you do that, then your socials end up not being very good either.
Absolutely. Great stuff. So I want to switch a tiny bit and talk about our industry and talk about the big questions. Very often, I find that people tend to take one small detail that is easy to express, easy to encapsulate, and focus relentlessly on that detail and just obscure the big picture. I'll give you an example. In Bitcoin, almost all of the newbies who come in, they focus on this 51% because it's a number. It's a very specific number. And in there, they see lots of things that aren't actually, consensus is a lot more than just 51%. But that's a good focal point. So everybody gets tunnel vision around that. I think there's a lot of areas in our industry where we get a lot of tunnel vision and focus on the minutia instead of looking at the bigger picture. So what are big questions that you feel we're not giving enough focus and enough discussion that aren't being discussed in the industry?
And I think and the crypto space's kind of relationship with the broader world is, and just making sure that we're building things that are provide value to just like people and kind of humanity in general, and not just a small group. And it sounds a bit cliche because like every conference loves to talk about it, but like somehow I still feel like that's undervalued to a certain extent. I mean, like, on the one hand, there are people who keep talking about it, but then on the other hand, there's still kind of a lot of voices that focus fairly exclusively on what gives impressive numbers on DeFiPulse.com or CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko or whatever. And then the other flip side of that question is, can the crypto space proactively do things to kind of minimize the risks of some of the things that it's building? So, I mean, just to throw like one very simple category, just like hacks, theft, scams, and like those kinds of things. And there are definitely like a lot of things that we have been doing, right? And there's been a lot of like hard work on just more user-friendly wallets, for example, right? Like just so that people don't end up just randomly losing $200,000 of their money, and that's one of those areas where I think like we can have there need to be kind of a lot more eyes on the problem, and like there's technical ways to improve things. There's social ways to or ways to improve things, but just like having more attention on those challenges. So like both minimizing risks and on maximizing opportunities, I think is something that continues to really be important. So that's probably one big kind of less technical area. Otherwise, there's obviously the items that we keep talking about around like privacy and security and scalability and all of those things. And in that, like, I think the broad topics are talked about enough, but there are like specific subsets of the issues that don't get talked about enough. Right, so like on the security side, kind of this is going a bit back to the theft section. Just like wallet security is a simple one, right? Like the state of like it's still, I think, much easier than it should be to just like lose $200,000 if your wallet breaks. I have a theory that we don't talk about the problem enough because like nobody's willing to admit that they lost $200,000, because if you admit that you lost $200,000, you look like an idiot. And so, no one talks about it. And so people think the problem is small, but actually there's a lot of cases there everywhere. So like I've been a huge...
It's also, I think, very reassuring and comforting to think that this is something that happens to idiots, and therefore, since I am not an idiot, this can't happen to me. And so when you hear this happening, if you say, oh, it's just an idiot, then that pushes away the fear, right? I think there's a bit of that.
Right, but I think the reality is that like even if you are a super genius and like not just in the usual sense of the word, but you're also like capable of being really careful, like the reality is that a system that requires you to expend less mental effort on just not losing your stuff is still a better system. Right, like we want to be expending mental effort on fun things and on solving the challenging problems of the universe, and not like setting up cold storage setups or whatever. And so basically, I guess I view this kind of big cloud of security, usability, which I don't even view as separate problems. Like I view them as security of or even usability of security. So like that, just trying to kind of come up with better solutions to that big cloud before tens or hundreds of millions more people start getting onboarded into crypto. Because like if the big bubble happens before those problems are solved, then either there's going to be carnage or people are going to gravitate to centralized solutions, and I'm not too happy with either of those outcomes.
And I think we've already got elements of both. There is a fair degree of carnage, and there is strong popularity as a reaction to that with custodial solutions. People don't feel confident to do self-custody, even though I've given them a handy little slogan: "Not your keys, not your coins." I've even put it on mugs. People don't want to be their own bank, right? Because that sounds like a terrible burden. And it is with very high risks. All right, so we've talked about some of the good, the bad, and the ugly. For me, one of the things that I find fascinating, which comes as a second order topic here, is identity. You know, at the core, consensus algorithm is a solution to Sybil attacks. In the case of proof of work or proof of stake, these things are to prevent Sybil attacks. Identity is kind of the hidden pillar of everything we do, and the one missing ingredient that if we solve changes everything. Would you agree? Is that something we don't talk about enough, or we talk about it too superficially?
Yeah, and I think that's in terms of like big picture questions. Like there's this entire kind of bubble of you know, identity and also governance, and like identity and governance end up kind of tying together a lot for fairly deep economic reasons that I've written about on my blog, and so like there's this big kind of bubble of those kinds of topics that. We definitely have much less good solutions to than I would like us to have. So I guess like just starting off with identity, it's like people use identity as this kind of big buzzword, but in reality, it kind of combines together a lot of different concepts, and I've always found it better to talk about them separately, right? So the three kind of categories of identity that I talk about, one is just basically maintain persistent kind of self-certified identifiers, right? So just an identity that you make and you create for yourself, and there's no restriction on how many identities you can have. The only purpose of this is like proving that you who did like action A today is the same person who did like action B last Tuesday, right? And so just like maintaining these persistent identities so you can have persistent reputations. And we have public key cryptography, but also, you know, we want to have like something more human readable than addresses, and so that's why we have ENS. And then we want better key management, but if we want for that, like it's basically the exact same solutions as for everything else in wallet security. So that's in some ways one of the easier problems. Then the second problem, or the second kind of thing in this bundle of identity that I'm unbundling is what I call the unique human problem. So this is basically proving that some account corresponds to a person in such a way that one person either can't, or it's very difficult to create many different identities that one person all controls. And this is useful for, I mean, governance is definitely one, right? If you want to have a governance mechanism that is not a plutocracy, you need to have some, and it's formalized, you need to have some identity model. Another one is if you want like anything, you know, UBI-like or per person airdrops, needs some identity model. And like one example of this, right, is if you think about the Uniswap airdrop, right, it's like, people in general love the Uniswap airdrop, I think. And I saw there was even a thread on Twitter where some like either Bitcoin person or just general crypto skeptic said something like, you know, like, since when has any airdrop led to anything good happening, basically? And there were like 5 replies that were all saying, you know, hey, don't you remember Uni, right? And the thing that was fascinating about Uni was, I think, just the sheer size of it, right? Well, and also just how well targeted it was, right? So basically with Uniswap, what happened is that there was this airdrop of the Uni token that they announced, and it was this retroactive, like basically like stimulus check, like literally it was something like $1,400 going to pretty much everyone who's ever historically used Uniswap, right? And so, and like and there was a share it's going to liquidity providers that was kind of proportional to how much liquidity you provide, but the great bulk of it, like something like 2/3, it was basically on a per address basis, right? If your address ever used Uniswap, like ever traded, then ding, you know, you get 400 Uni, and you know, there's your stimulus check from you know, Lord Hayden Adams. Well, I guess he's not really in control of the thing, but you know what I mean. And so And like that made a lot of people really happy, right? It created these great community dynamics, and especially in kind of a lot of poorer countries, it just ended up randomly just making a huge difference to the lives of crypto enthusiasts for whom $1,400 is a really huge amount of money. But of course, the big kind of elephant in the room is that this was per address, right? And if it becomes a pattern to do it per address, like the only reason it was secure is that it was done once. If it becomes a pattern to do it more than once, then eventually people are going to start farming addresses and just like interact with every application, like from like 1,000 different addresses, and so the whole thing will break. And so if you have...
And not only will it break, it's a denial of service attack on the infrastructure, because all of these things, if they can be gamed, they effectively become denial of service.
Right. So if you have a unique human solution of some kinds, then like theoretically these kinds of things become more sustainable, right? And so, you know, we actually can try to have more airdrops where it doesn't just go to the whales, basically. So that's part two. And I know the kind of the unique human thing is controversial in the crypto community, because like there is this desire to, you know, be anonymous and try to get away from ideas. And my response to this is that, well, you can combine this with zero knowledge proofs, and you can do really fancy things like, you know, prove that you are a unique human without releasing any information about which unique human you are, because, you know, we know Ziki Starks let you do awesome things like that. Some people are convinced by this, some people are not. But at the end of the day, crypto is, you know, a free ecosystem, and we have lots of experiments. So we'll see how this goes. So that's part two. And then part three of identity is just attestations, right? It's like, I say that that I believe you are trustworthy, or this, you know, a certification agency says that this person is a certified Bitcoin professional, or
a certified Ethereum professional.
Yes.
As our new certification we're launching, which I'm going to plug shamelessly right now. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, so like those kinds of things are also kind of part of the identity problem. You can prove citizenship potentially, you know, you can prove reputation, you can prove competence, you can prove a lot of different things, right? And so like applications that have to do with that are also part of identity, but you can also see how like it's kind of different from, you know, both the unique human problem and from the problem of just being able to maintain any kind of persistent account. So like that's how I see kind of the identity landscape actually being this kind of jumble of a collection of different landscapes. And like we're seeing kind of solutions slowly creep forward in all of those categories. I think the successful solutions are not going to be the ones that come from people who say, we want to solve identity. They're going to come from, like, they're going to be demands driven, right? Like they're going to be solutions to that appear because people have a need for them. Like one example of this, I think already happening, is that the unique human thing was just completely theoretical, basically up until like Gitcoin grants quadratic funding started to have a need for it, and then suddenly people were interested. Right. And I think for credentials, there's some we're going to see something similar. There's going to be a killer app at some point. Maybe one of these, you know, decentralized like payment for task things are going to like only accept submissions from people who have some credential. I don't know what it'll be, but just, you know, look for that first kind of, well, not really a killer app, but at least like some app that's big enough to bootstrap the thing, and like. Yeah.
And a universal basic income faucet that requires Sybil resistance is one that I'm also seeing as relating very closely to solving specific identity problems and driving demand, which then goes back to the previous conversation we were having about you know, the motivation around helping humanity and not doing it for the cap table of the investment class, but looking at people for whom even a small amount is life-changing, like you described. All right, so I want to pivot a bit to some more technical topics. You've mentioned ZK Starks 4 or 5 times already in this conversation when we weren't talking about ZK Starks. Rollups and zero-knowledge proof have been a game changer. And specifically, they've changed the way the ETH2 roadmap has rolled out. And I think rescheduled some things, pushed some things out, made some things less necessary. So what's your general perception of how big this zero-knowledge space, rollups, optimistic rollups, and all of these other technologies that have just emerged really in practical applications, how do they change the roadmap going forward?
And I think they're definitely big. And like one of the comments I made a couple of months ago, right, is that, like, you know, there's this debate about, do we call it the crypto space or do we call it the blockchain space or, you know, the cybercoin space or whatever else. And I'm like, as much as it's kind of like calling it the crypto space does kind of collide with traditional cryptography, like I just find myself forced to admit that calling it the crypto space is the least bad of at least those 3 options, unless you can come up with some number 4. And the reason for that is pretty clear, right? It's like, it's not the cybercoin space because blockchains are not just about cybercoins. And it's not just the blockchain space because blockchains are not, like, the technology is not the movement, right? And and I think zero-knowledge proofs are actually the second big category of technology, like, in my opinion, like, equal in importance to blockchains that the movement is latching onto. Right. So basic, and I think blockchains and ZK snarks are really nicely complementary in an amazing way, because blockchains give you guarantees about kind of execution and censorship resistance at the cost of scalability and privacy. But ZK snarks, what do? Well, they give you back the scalability and privacy, right? So like the two technologies just fit together, just, you know, so perfectly. And I think that this is a big part of the reason why there's just so much excitement around them. And another thing is that zero-knowledge proofs have just jumped forward amazingly quickly in the past year, right? Like one of the kind of quiet things that has happened, I think maybe about 15 months ago, this was when we were in Tel Aviv in September, and it all just happened within the space of a few weeks, was this, what I call kind of the polynomial commitment revolution. Like, and the idea basically here is that, like, we created this new, this not new mathematical object, we created this, this new realization about the importance of this mathematical object called a polynomial commitment, which is basically, so a polynomial, you know, it's this mathematical equation, y equals something times x to the power of this plus something else times x to the power of that. And you can have like a lot of different kind of terms in a polynomial. And polynomials are really important objects because they can represent a huge amount amounts of information, and polynomial commitments kind of points to that huge amount of information in a very small thing, right? And they also allow you to make claims about basically equations about polynomials, which actually are because they're equations about very big things, they actually hide like a really huge number of statements, right? So if I say this polynomial times this polynomial equals this polynomial, that's actually hiding kind of millions of math equations in between, and we're basically just checking millions of math equations all at once by actually checking one equation, right? That's like one, I think, good high-level intuition for understanding them. And basically what this polynomial commitment revolution is that we've discovered that there's basically ways, if we use polynomial commitments as this ingredient, we can just make incredibly powerful zero-knowledge proof protocols, much stronger properties. You can make the trusted setups work much better, or you can get rid of the trusted setups, or you can create a protocol that starts with one scheme and then you just seamlessly move it over to another scheme, and then you can, you know, start with a trusted setup and then eventually get rid of the trusted setup. So it just unlocks a huge number of these possibilities, right? The protocols get simpler and more efficient and more modular, and, you know, faster innovation just all at the same time. And as a result of this, I think we've seen Plonk, we've seen Plookup, we've seen just a lot of this protocols start moving forward really quickly. And of course, at the same time, I know the production side has been moving quickly, right? So like we've been seeing like these ZK rollups start hitting mainnet. So that's, there are now live layer 2 scalability solutions on Ethereum, which is, theoretically capable of more than 3,000 transactions per second. You just need people to use them, and people are starting to use them. And then Tornado Cash, I think also ZK Snarks for privacy. That's also something that now exists, and you can go use it. So I guess there's been a huge amount of progress there, and it's hugely relevant to privacy and scalability on layer 2. And it's also relevant to layer 1 because, well, first of all, we can design the layer 1 around knowing that these powerful layer 2s exist, right? That was the whole rollup-centric roadmap thing. But also, we can potentially incorporate these technologies at layer 1 as well, right? And so, we can replace fraud proofs with ZK Snarks. You can make protocols safer that way in a lot of cases. So a lot of possibilities there. And then rollups themselves, I think, are definitely worth mentioning. And rollups are powerful just because I think rollups are the first layer 2 scaling technology that the Ethereum kind of space as a whole has kind of managed to really find compelling. And there's very subtle reasons for this, right? And I think one of the reasons is that the Ethereum community is not just trying to do payments, right? Because if you're just trying to do payments, the Lightning Network works great, and Plasma works great. You have more solutions, but the Ethereum community has been trying to do these things with smart contracts, and you have DeFi, and there's these projects like Synthetics, there's projects like prediction markets, automated market makers, all of these things. And these are Ethereum applications, and they're written in Ethereum code. And rollups are the first scaling solution that actually managed to kind of replicate a full EVM on layer 2 trustlessly, right? And that's challenging. It's challenged. There's these deep technical reasons, right? Why things like Lightning and Plasma have a hard time doing it. And to be clear, this isn't this is not coming from a place of me wanting to dunk Lightning. This is coming from a place of I've spent years trying to make Plasma work with this, and even in the case of Plasma, we've had these problems, right? Basically, the reason why those protocols get their efficiencies is because they rely on these assumptions that basically say we're going to devolve responsibility for managing data to the individual user. And that's a great model for scaling, but it doesn't work for applications where there exist parts of the application that have no owner, right?
I think this is a great point to kind of wrap things up, because we're ending on a very optimistic note. The ZK space has exploded in innovation. A lot of this stuff is moving into production much faster than research stuff has moved into applied production before, because we have these new platforms. And would you say just yes, no? Are you very optimistic about the future?
I am, yeah, and I think I'm more optimistic about the future of crypto than I ever was before.
That's fantastic. Vitalik, thank you so much for spending the time with us today. It's been a real pleasure chatting with you again. Rodolfo, back to you.
Back on stage, yes. Thank you. Several of the topics you've been talking today, Zcash, seed snarks and privacy, they were discussed the first day of the conference, so I invite everyone to check also past talks of LABITCONF of this year. Thank you, Vitalik, for joining us. Thank you, Andreas, for driving this. I asked you to do it more into the human side also, and it was really superb the way this interview worked out. I'm really thank you both, yes, to taking this invite of do this very special talk that people is saying it's like the best interview of the year. So thank you really for your effort and for joining us. Bueno, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if you want to stay, you will be able, guys, if you want to stay, now, we're going into
All right, we're done. We're off screen. It's up.
Yes, thank you, Andreas. This is how it works sometimes. So now we're going into the DeFi. Yes, we're having a discussion with Bruce Fenton and a team of DeFi enthusiasts, yes, about if DeFi is much of innovation, it's much of speculation, it's just like the new ICO boom, or it's here to stay, and what will it change for us, yes? DeFi from the Ethereum side, DeFi from the Bitcoin side later on the talks. So welcome. I leave you with this new panel.
Hey there, welcome. Thank you very much for having us. This is great to have this group and be hosting the panel. My name is Bruce Fenton. We're going to be talking about all things DeFi. We've got a really great group of experts, diverse backgrounds, and a lot of knowledge to share. And we were just chatting in the green room before, and I think that we're going to have plenty of cool stuff to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the basics. What is DeFi? How does it work? Each panelist is going to talk a little bit about what's important to them, what, kind of the benefits and drawbacks, best and worst of DeFi. And then we're going to kind of open it up and talk kind of bigger picture, general terms and ideas about the overall, how it fits in the Bitcoin ecosystem and with other coins and what the various projects are and what do we all share in common and this kind of thing. So what I'll do to start is I'll just go through each panelist and if you could just sort of introduce yourself and, if you have a company or organization or, what kind of brings you in, how do you define yourself? I guess, my name is Bruce Fenton. I'm a financial person with Chainstone Labs, and I've been in the crypto space for some time. And I've always been interested in, I'm a profit maximalist and an ideas maximalist. So, I've always loved to learn about new things. So, let's start with Chris Black. Maybe you could introduce yourself and get us started.
Sure. My name is Chris. I'm an analyst and researcher in the space. Before that, I spent about 20 years being a marketing guy, head of marketing, head of growth for a number of startups and tech companies. And right now I'm focusing on providing content for users, educating them. I like to say about the good, the bad, and the ugly of DeFi. I started a Substack called Surviving DeFi, and that's what I do there with written posts and videos.
Nice. Max.
Hey guys, thank you for having me. First of all, my name is Max. I'm from HODL. It's a trading, lending, and actually prediction markets platform, non-custodial. So recently launched Bitcoin DeFi project, and I've been researching the space for at least for this year. And I'm pretty fascinated with all the DeFi stuff happening, hoping to bring best practices to Bitcoin as well.
Awesome, thanks. DeFi Dad, welcome.
Hey everyone. Yeah, hey, thanks for having me. So I would classify myself as a DeFi educator, obviously also an investor. I work on the core team at Zapper. So Zapper.fi is a tool where you can connect to your Ethereum wallet and your Bitcoin wallet now, and you can see your portfolio on chain. So anyways, I've been working there for actually just a few months, but I've been into DeFi for probably about a year and a half now. And then, I've been in Ethereum for about 3 years in total. And I came into the space, I think like most, kind of wide-eyed about all the possibilities, got sucked into Bitcoin right away. Still count myself as a member of the Bitcoin community, but I tend to focus more on how we can build this new peer-to-peer finance architecture on Ethereum. So thank you for having me. One other thing, please, if you want to learn more about DeFi, you can go to defidad.com. I do really extensive tutorials there on how to use DeFi. I also host a daily DeFi live stream called Yield TV. It is powered by my team there at Zapper. So we host all sorts of founders and love to basically help people learn about DeFi.
Awesome. Yeah, you have a lot of great content. And speaking of great content, David, welcome.
Hi, I'm David Hoffman. I got into the world of crypto in 2017, as many did, but I started writing about it and doing a podcast about it in 2018 with my co-host, Christian Corollas, who's a big Bitcoiner. And that podcast was focused on like the Ethereum versus Bitcoin perspectives. And that really helped me kind of like sharpen my mental models about how and why these communities are different, and also how they're the same and where they overlap. And that sort of like content production, as well as my own writing, led into Bankless, which I run with Ryan Sean Adams, which is all about like producing theses about this space and mental models about this space, and then plenty of educational content as well, all about how to think about DeFi, like what it is, what it does for us, what it does for the world, and then also importantly, how to use DeFi to live a bankless life, a life without banks. How do we use these crypto economic platforms like Bitcoin, like Ethereum, and the protocols on Ethereum to execute our financial activity in a self-sovereign, independent way. And that's what Bankless is all about. And it's got a newsletter and a podcast and a YouTube channel that are all ready for you to subscribe to.
Perfect. Well, that's exactly a great transition to sort of our first question, which is, about exactly the topics you were just talking about. What is DeFi? I'd like to ask each person sort of, what is DeFi? If you're meeting somebody at a cookout for the first time with, say, they're a somewhat technical developer type person, Silicon Valley or whatever, and they just say, "What is DeFi? What is it, and what are you doing, and what does it mean to you?" So, Chris, what's DeFi?
So, to me, DeFi, there's really two different DeFis to me. One is the DeFi that we have right now on Ethereum, and the other is decentralized finance. And what we have right now on Ethereum are, generally speaking, they're startups. They're startups that are building smart contracts that do a variety of things. They're permissionless. Most of them are open source, and that's where they derive most of their unique value. And so users are able to use them permissionlessly without KYC to lend, to borrow, to generate interest, all different kinds of stuff with their money that normally they'd have to do through a bank. That's DeFi. Decentralized finance, on the other hand, to me, is what we should be striving for. And that's, in addition to permissionless and open source, that's also trustless, that's also censorship resistant, that's also making sure users always have sovereignty over their funds at all times. And those 3 out of 5, those 3 things are still missing from DeFi. So that's my take on DeFi today. Interesting. And Max, what's interesting about you is that you're doing DeFi and Bitcoin, and sometimes those two are it's thought of at odds. There's Bitcoiners who sort of think of DeFi as only not Bitcoin. Or tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's true. We're trying to do DeFi. For us, it's basically removing all the central points of failure, like not having a custody, not having fiat in some ways, because fiat is only creating another friction. So in our latest project, we just completely removed all the fiat. We're just using stable coins versus Bitcoin, and that's it. Way more easier, honestly. After 3 years working with Bitcoin versus fiat, Bitcoin versus stablecoin is way more easier. So and obviously allowing anonymously do all your stuff, not going through KYC. And what Chris, I would agree with Chris on decentralized finance concept. It's really like saying by the words of Mandalorian, this is the way, because obviously we see that there's a lot of threats, risks, regulatory wise and other things. So the more non-custodial, anonymous things are there, the better it is. So in my opinion, DeFi is just a logical next step for evolution, not only for Ethereum, but also for Bitcoin.
Cool. How about you, DeFi Dad? What do you think on this?
And you guys knocked it out of the park there. I thought Chris's definition.
Yeah, it becomes harder to answer this as we go.
No, Max too added a lot of great context to it. I think the only thing I would add is that I think of DeFi as bankless money applications, or like peer-to-peer money applications. I think a lot of my fascination with it derives from what I believed in from the start with Bitcoin and what I saw working with Bitcoin. I've never thought as much about the users who hold cryptocurrencies in the United States. I've always, I felt, learned more from my friends that live in Argentina or Nigeria or just any other part of the world where people are more open and urgent to seeking an alternative form of finance. And so what Chris was pointing out is I see it as a spectrum, and like there are certain projects, like Chris could point this out, are doing it right and are more decentralized, or truly can claim that they are decentralized. And there's other ones there where they're operating more like a startup, and we're putting our faith in the fact that the roadmaps that we see and the progress that's being shown will lead them to getting to that further along in that spectrum. And so, yeah, I'd say, just going back to what is DeFi? Yeah, bankless money applications, peer-to-peer money applications. It means no KYC. It means all you do is connect to your wallet per usual in a permissionless app. And it means that no one ever should be able to take custody of your assets. However, you'll see today as we talk more about this, the fuzzy question in all of that is you can't just say, well, because I connected my Ethereum wallet, no one can take custody of my assets. Well, it depends on what sorts of controls there are of the smart contracts you're depositing into. And so anyways, the key takeaway from all of this, I'd say, is just the growth that we've seen just in the last year especially. I'm hoping that we can show that there's some real fundamental value being delivered with, things like lending at higher rates, borrowing, let's say, at lower rates, being able to instantly access financial tools that often are gated by KYC and signups and by lots of middleman fees. So anyways, that's DeFi for me.
Very cool. How about you, David?
So I think DeFi is actually the entire point of this revolution. Like, the technology that Satoshi Nakamoto it unlocked DeFi, and Bitcoin is like the first instantiation of decentralized finance. It's decentralized, and it's also like a stable or it's a store of value asset, right? And so those things are decentralized finance. However, there's much more to decentralized finance, and what it takes to unlock that is a smart contract platform like Ethereum that allows you to integrate logic into your financial activity. And I think there's a perspective out there that there's Ethereum and then there's DeFi that's a part of Ethereum. Like there's the internal part of Ethereum that is DeFi, and then there's external to that's the rest of Ethereum. I actually don't like that viewpoint. I think that this DeFi ecosystem that's growing inside of Ethereum is itself Ethereum. Like, the whole Ethereum is nothing without the contracts that are inside of it that are things that people can do. And we all know the term money Legos. When somebody builds one Lego, deploys one contract to Ethereum, that can be interoperable with other contracts on Ethereum. And as DeFi applications grow, we've seen the growth of Uniswap doing more volume than Coinbase lately. We've seen the growth of all these other borrowing and lending applications, and now they're all starting to get stitched together. So to me, DeFi is actually this one singular structure that is growing, that offers a central place to do all of your activities. And DeFi Dad's company, Zapper, what they're doing is they are creating mechanisms to integrate with and use this entire structure all at once, rather than having to go to each individual component, right? So to me, DeFi is actually this one growing ecosystem, this one growing structure that, as when you view it from a bird's eye view, from a satellite view, it actually is Ethereum. That is Ethereum. And so, to me, DeFi is just this ability, and it's really important to have this structure, this internal nature, because if we are trying to get away from the external world, which we are doing with Bitcoin, which we are doing with Ethereum, there's a lot of top-down authoritarian type regulations that we think are coming into this world. And so that having this internal structure for you to be able to escape to and go away from the periphery of a blockchain and into the center of a blockchain, I think is really, it's important to be able to have that option. And that's what DeFi offers the world.
Very cool. I think all of you mentioned KYC, which is interesting. I'm always, you probably know I'm super into securities, and securities present a couple problems. They're super regulated, and it's hard to not be a security. Do you all see do you see uses where in areas, for example, where you have to have KYC? Do you think there's, for example, could you have something like securities trading on Uniswap? I always thought that would be cool. I haven't figured out how to do it myself, and I don't really know anybody who's how to do it. And it presents a challenge, because if you're, suppose Elon is watching right now. If you are, hello, Elon. But suppose he's watching, says, I love it. Sounds great. I want to figure out a way to put Tesla stock he comes to Bruce Fenton. Bruce Fenton says, sure, we'll do the regulatory, help you on the regulatory part. And he puts it on Uniswap and trades it. There still would have to be some kind of KYC. So I'm curious if you see other areas where, healthcare or other areas that are very heavily regulated where it may be challenging, or if you see some way for it to work with these kind of things. And do you see, does everybody agree that KYC, or kind of, I don't want to say avoiding KYC, but presenting an alternative technology that doesn't require KYC is, is that a killer use case? If I don't know if my question kind of went all over, but I think you guys know where I'm coming from.
So there are actually securities on Uniswap. And that's actually one of the great things about DeFi is it offers tools. And it's up to the people that use the tools to figure out how they want to best leverage it. And so like Realty, a company that I was formerly the COO of, issues real estate tokens into Uniswap, and they're whitelisted. And that's how they maintain compliance, right? So only the people on the whitelist can engage with that token on Uniswap, right? And so Uniswap is acting as this trustless, intermediary-less structure for Realty to use. It is a market-making mechanism for any sort of security token issuer, which makes a really interesting conversation about the spectrum of DeFi that there is. Like permissioned financial activity can use permissionless financial activity, and it actually is more. There's more total options available because of DeFi. Because everyone can use DeFi, we can also use DeFi in a permissioned manner with something like security tokens.
I think that another way to put what David just said is that there are DeFi assets that can flow through DeFi pipes, but there's also centralized assets that can flow through DeFi pipes, right? So think of it like pipes. You can put anything through the pipe, right? So it's almost like there's two different sets of what you want to call DeFi. The issue comes when we start to get mixed up about what is DeFi, like what is decentralized. And for me, it took me a while to get to the point where I realized, like, when I'm talking about decentralized financial services or decentralized assets, I need it to be trustless, open source, permissionless, censorship resistant, and self-sovereign to users. And in the case of securities with KYC, they just don't qualify. They don't hit those buttons. So those are centralized assets, right? The securities that are fully capable of flowing through decentralized pipes. It's important to draw that distinction.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Between like what Chris and David are saying, I've gone, we worry that if it's not done right from the start, will we ever achieve what DeFi is supposed to be, decentralized finance, or will it look like legacy finance and bring with it all of those legacy issues and basically not empower the people that you hope are empowered by it? So yeah, I fight going back and forth between like, should I be more pragmatic and accept the fact that you have this idea Chris just put forth of like the pipes that are DeFi, but you can have some centralized assets flowing through it and just be open to it. And then maybe even be open to the qualities that we've talked about here that I'm probably the most open to compromising on, but I sincerely, I guess, don't want to still, is KYC. That could open up some applications sooner to chug along working towards, DeFi without KYC. It's very, and this really goes back to a problem that the Bitcoin Ethereum community have been fighting forever, which is, we all want mass adoption. We all like want to, put up our middle finger to the man along the way, but then we figured out that if we do that we could potentially lose the opportunity to work with those that we can flip, that are the man. So anyways, that's where I'm at. And I think I feel lucky to not be working on a DeFi protocol itself right now. I think that's one of the hardest jobs in the world. Like, instead I can kind of observe it all and continue to try everything and curate what's cool and what works and how you can potentially put your money to work.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool.
My opinion actually on KYC, I would say that the KYC system is broken. It only works. I was on one conference and there was like pretty extensive report. It works only in 3% of cases. So basically you imply this massive amount of, I don't know, KYC officers, rules, regulation, all that mumbo jumbo, and only works in 3% of the cases. And to add to that, before joining crypto, I was for 10 years a private banker, and I would only confirm that it only works in very small amount of cases, and it harms very, very large amount of people who are basically cut off from the banks now at the moment because, or from any type of financial system, because they cannot barely pass the KYC requirements, not because they're bad people. So before implying some KYC, some stuff, or giving an option, you can trade this with going fully compliant, or you can trade this like crypto without any compliance. You need to fix the system itself. So yeah.
Well said.
I would like to add that I don't think that it's DeFi versus KYC. I think they're almost relatively unrelated things. I think there's going to be a DeFi ecosystem on Ethereum, and then there's also going to be stuff on Ethereum that is KYC. Like I was alluding to with Realty, right? The growth of an internal DeFi ecosystem can happen independently of KYC. And if somebody comes and builds something on Ethereum that requires KYC, there's likely already or going to be something also in the DeFi ecosystem that is trying to make that into a protocol without KYC. KYC is like it's an easy way to just like commit to centralization and then therefore move fast and have some of the tried and true security measures that we already know from Web 2 and from legacy finance. DeFi is hard, and so it moves slower. But I'm confident that anything that you can do with KYC, you can work a little bit harder, figure out how to plug some holes, and then make it a DeFi application on Ethereum as well.
KYC too has definitely slowed growth in applications that are DeFi or have DeFi pipes or make use of DeFi pipes. I think we've already seen the market does not reward it. Realty is, I think, doing relatively well. It's in its very niche space in DeFi, but has it grown the way like an Aave has? I mean, maybe I'm comparing apples and oranges because it's like a money market versus Realty. But anyways, there's that. There's also Nexus is like a top. Again, some of these other DeFi applications have. And I think it's because there's a lot of users who are like, there's no way in hell I'm KYCing in order to gain access to this. Sorry, guys, was someone else?
Yeah, it's really easy to onboard 10,000 users when you don't have to ask them to do anything. Like permissionless protocols are going to be used more than permissioned protocols. And that's kind of why I think all of us here are bullish DeFi, at least in the long term.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's interesting to see the, both the effect on regulation, and we can talk about the Stable Act in a second, but I think it's an interesting distinction where, especially like David was talking about, kind of like you can have the, some things I just don't think you're going to get around it. Like securities, you can only get so clever. I mean, Disney is Disney, and it is a security, and there's nothing that's going to make the SEC say, okay, you're not. If there was, Disney would have done it. There's just no rules anymore. And there's also very, unfortunately, new thing that was just invented. I mean, people act like this is some cornerstone of the economy that, nothing would work without it. It's just some nonsense that was invented, less than 30 years ago, really, in its current form. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the Stable Act. We were talking about that before we came in, or even more broadly to kind of continue on with this thought about KYC, because I think that's one of the core things that's very interesting about this, and all of you mentioned it, is sort of what's going on with DeFi. But particularly interested with the how you have these alternatives where you can have a very, very decentralized base level protocol, and then you can be as selective as you want, because in the world there's going to be some some of it may be driven by regulations, but some of it is just maybe voluntary. It becomes $1 trillion thing. You're going to have people who want, Sharia screens and this kind of screen and that kind of screen. And it may or may not be driven by regulation, but you're going to have multiple jurisdictions. People are going to want certain controls. There might be somebody who says, we won't deal with this country or that country. And so, you can't put those at the base layer. So there's going to have to be controls, just like there are now. So if you could kind of continue, think about those things and how it may, concerns from acts like the Stable Act and stuff like that. It was interesting to note that this kind of unified people, we were talking about how this kind of unified people, and I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that as well.
The current state of DeFi is concerning because the vast majority of DeFi products, whether it's pipes or assets, have the ability to be controlled, whether it's by the founding team or by investors or by just large. One of those DeFi projects are subject to government pressure, to regulatory pressure. And even the biggest ones, like Maker, for instance, MakerDAO, which created and runs DAI, the stablecoin, a vote can be passed in MakerDAO with maybe 3 of the top whales coming together and deciding to pass a vote. So if regulatory pressure came down and they track down those 3 whales and say, do this or go to jail, what are they going to do? They're going to vote in a change. Okay. There's ways that users could then respond to that. There's mechanisms built in, but that's an event could have. This is across the board in DeFi. My concern is that if we are not sincere about building a trustless form of DeFi, that the DeFi that we're building today is going to offer opportunities for more surveillance, for more censorship, for easier ways to pass really fine-tuned regulation, not even just broad regulation, but like you were mentioning, regulation down to individuals, down to characteristics of you as a person, your religion, if you're identified, if you're tied back to your Ethereum addresses. Now, look, I have no doubt that there's going to be, like David said, you can build pretty much anything on Ethereum. You can build trustless applications. The question is, what's going to gain the most adoption? What's going to have the most use? And if KYC, if the Stable Act goes through, if things like that happen and pressure is put on founders who are easily identifiable and easily accessible across the board, then we could end up with something worse than what we have today with traditional finance. So my take is trustless or like DAI, basically, as far, and not DAI, I'm talking DIE. We gotta figure out a way to address these issues, or else we're going to end up in this dystopian financial system that's way worse than what we even have today with Jamie Dimon running the show.
Wow.
So I have a more optimistic take than Chris generally about the path that DeFi will follow. One of the theories that I'm a big fan of is that when something new comes into the world of DeFi that extends all the qualities about DeFi that we like trustlessness, permissionlessness, it hits all the boxes of what makes a DeFi protocol a DeFi protocol. Uniswap is a really good example of this. When something like Uniswap comes into the fold, comes into the ecosystem, when that money Lego gets added to the structure, the rest of the DeFi money Legos can start to leverage Uniswap. And according to what me and Ryan on Bankless called the protocol sync thesis, everyone will be incentivized to use the maximally decentralized applications like Uniswap. For all the reasons that we know Bitcoin is valuable, it's decentralizedness, it's censorship resistance, it's permissionless. Bitcoin is really, really valuable for that. And then we can also add in the hard cap, which is like the feature of Bitcoin, right? But all these underlying qualities like permissionlessness, censorship resistance, decentralization are extremely valuable to have in every protocol. Meaning that if a protocol comes into the fold like Uniswap that maximizes the same things that make Bitcoin valuable, the same things that make Bitcoin valuable make Uniswap valuable. And when more things like Uniswap come into the DeFi ecosystem, the rest of the DeFi ecosystem becomes more trustless, more censorship resistant, more decentralized. And so when Uniswap can act as like infrastructure for the rest of DeFi, it's actually easier for the other DeFi applications, which have massive holes in them. As we know, as Chris has alluded to, they have massive holes in them that they are working on filling. And because this is a money Lego ecosystem, when each application on Ethereum can talk to and speak to other applications, sometimes the hole in one application can be filled by a different application that is decentralized and permissionless. So there's this inevitable march towards censorship resistance, towards decentralization, towards permissionlessness. It just takes time to get there, and it takes innovation. And I would say like MakerDAO, which again does have this like foot in the a committed foot in the centralized world. That was the first instance of any DeFi protocol ever. Like that was kind of the birth of DeFi, was from MakerDAO in December of 2017. So like it's not going to be perfect on day one. And MakerDAO actually came into existence without any supporting infrastructure. And now there's so much more supporting infrastructure. Like DAI now has permissionless liquidity because of Uniswap. And so I expect like all these holes that we are concerned about in the DeFi ecosystem will naturally get filled just by generalized problem solving, because replicating Bitcoin's qualities as a decentralized, permissionless, censorship-resistant platform is super valuable for all these other DeFi protocols to also build off that same ethos.
I just want to reply to one part of that about the holes being there and they're eventually going to get filled in. The problem is that with today's DeFi, most of the holes that exist, like with MakerDAO, the tokenized governance compound, and everybody that's created governance tokens, those are some of the biggest holes that are out there. And other ones are admin keys that can be used to manipulate the logic of the smart contract. But specifically when it comes to governance tokens, that's a hole that was created by the project after it started. And it was created because this is a startup. They're startups, and they're looking for ways to create profit, and they're looking for ways to generate a positive ROI for their investors, okay? And a token is how they do that. So I'm a little pessimistic because these are problems that are being created after the founding of the project, and they're being done for greed. And I'm all about greed. Financial incentives rule the world, right? But I do not believe that a project that is started with the motivation of generating profit and a positive ROI for venture capitalists and whatever other investors they might have is ever going to reach the point of pure decentralization as we know it with Bitcoin. Simply because to move from a centralized project to completely decentralized is expensive. You lose efficiency. You lose so many positive things. We all know that Bitcoin could be faster. We all know that it could be cheaper. We all know that it could be look way more like PayPal. But we haven't done that because we want to protect what's special about it. We know it's easy to go from decentralized to centralized, but to go from centralized to decentralized is nearly impossible.
That's an interesting take. I think that's that's a great point. There's it's sort of like I'm hearing from both of you a variation that David's sort of that it's like you have this natural march towards, because maybe you both agree on this, where you have this natural march towards decentralization. I think that's everybody's goal. You just have a different view of how that may happen. But either way, it sounds like whether it's Chris's belief or David's belief, it sounds like there's either going to be new projects that come up, because if somebody makes something centralized, they have venture capitalists back it. As long as the code is open source, some scrappy other person's going to be like, I'm going to do that with my friends for free as a true open source project. And it's sort of like you have this trade-off. I've told people before, I said, people who want to start a coin or something, I say you should do two things. You should either be a startup and go raise money and sell equity and be fully investors, cap table, KYC, all that, or be totally, fully, really open source and maybe even anonymously, but give it away, open source, and I don't know, there's a lot of challenges with that. How do you fund it development wise? But I'd like to hear from DeFi Dad Max too, on, what are your thoughts on this as far as the trade-offs of centralization versus profit and where do you see where do you see it unfolding, based on what Chris and David just said?
Well, actually, I believe that there's still a room for like raising money for even decentralized solutions, and there's a ways, like, incentive programs, crowdfunding, all that. Even like, BTC Pay server showed to many people in crypto that there's an opportunity to create a proper open source project and be funded via donations. Well, that's one of the ways. There's investors who are investing in non-custodial anonymous projects. Still, they take a risk, of course, but again, like returning to the previous question, the only way we can actually answer to all these threats from regulatory point of view is by building proper trustless tech. So I agree with Chris on that. I'm not very optimistic about the future, because I'm always being pessimistic. Obviously, that's the part of every Bitcoiner, that we are always trying to be prepared, at least to some extent. But yeah, I'm very pessimistic. But one thing is that I see that there's a lot of projects, both in Ethereum and in Bitcoin, popping up at the moment, launching out at the moment, who are way more trustless than it was. And people are actually starting to think that being anonymous, being non-custodial is not the way of doing something illegal. It's just your basic human rights. You are pro-privacy, which we're all striving for, and you are your own bank, and that's the way it is. That's the way it should be. So yeah, only building proper tech solution, bridges, pipelines, whatever, will allow us to beat the regulatory pressure. That's my take.
I love that, Max. That's kind of going off of the be your own bank. I think that most people in the world, and they're normally those outside the Bitcoin and Ethereum community, they don't fully grasp how broken the system is. Now, that's me speaking too from a point of privilege. Being in the US, like even when things are broken, I recognize they're not as broken as what people have endured in other parts of the world. And so like this is, I guess, to bring it back, Bruce, to your original question of like the Stable Act, there was this act or this bill that got proposed in Congress a few weeks ago, and it is a tone-deaf bill that asks that a stablecoin issuer would need to obtain a federal banking charter. And it goes into detail with a number of other requirements, including FDIC insurance, it's all ridiculous. It's written by someone who has, funny enough, bantered with lots of Bitcoiners and Ethereum maximalists and those of us in the DeFi space, and has demonstrated that they really don't understand how consensus works on a decentralized blockchain. They don't understand really what it means to run a node on Bitcoin or to be a validator on Ethereum. And what it screams is that education is going to be so crucial for us to continue to see adoption and to like enable a world where you can be your own bank and you can transact privately, and you can actually use trustless, permissionless applications. So I'm somewhere in between. Like I think David is more that much more optimistic than me. Chris is a little more pessimistic than me. I'm somewhere in the middle, feeling that the innovation will continue to be built, but I recognize there's entities like Coin Center that do a tremendous amount of work for our communities to educate lawmakers, at least in the US, on these issues and how to not regulate away the future of money. And one last thing on that, I think what's cool though is over the last few weeks, Bruce, you sort of alluded to this, is it has reminded us all, like, what is the common enemy? The common enemy is those who mean to tamp down on us being able to have control of our own wealth, to be able to transact privately, and to not have to do it under the thumb of an authoritarian. And so Gitcoin grants, which are basically, they're powered by really generous matching partners and a mechanism where you can basically make as small of a donation as $1, and then it gets matched by those matching partners. They raised I think hundreds of thousands of dollars, or at least
it's going to be over 200,000.
Over 200,000 for Coin Center. So, per usual, you see this groundswell from the community that we're not going to put up with this shit, and we're going to take action. And again, I think it's something that's very special about the Bitcoin and the Ethereum community.
Can I just give another take on what DeFi Dad just put out there? I think one thing I want to make sure everybody gets is that if Bitcoin was easily changeable, there would be nonstop debate in Congress right now about bills and laws and things we should do to tweak the knobs and acts, and it would be nonstop if there was a way to change it. The problem with the current state of DeFi is there are many, 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 many ways to put pressure on companies, individuals, investors, all these different parties who can change it. So the Stable Act, we can never, ever rely on government to be intelligent or reasonable. They're always going to come at us. No matter what Coin Center does, they're great guys and they're doing a great job, but they're never going, maybe they can slow it down, but it's always going to end badly, right? It's always going to end badly when it comes to the way that government moves. And so, if DeFi continues the way it's going, and even if we slow down the Stable Act or get rid of the Stable Act, if we continue to have the ability to change and to manipulate the protocols, the stable coins themselves, et cetera, it's going to end badly for DeFi. So we need to get as close as we can to Bitcoin trustlessness with, and doing that is going to be sacrificing profit. It's going to be sacrificing corporate, interests and stuff like that. We haven't seen that yet. And my concern is that we may never see it. We may not see it in time before the current state of DeFi mutates and becomes something we don't want.
Yeah, when you add these things that you talk about, governance tokens, and especially profit, if you want to make profit, it's easy to make a decentralized project if you don't want to make money. If you want to make money, it becomes a whole extra hurdle. You have to pretend it's utility or avoid securities rules, or you have a bank account. Somebody's going to be a trustee on that bank account. Somebody's going to have, you add hooks. And the more hooks you have, the more people can try and control you. So Bitcoin has no hooks. And the goal that I think we all have is to have less hooks. And the ultimate less hooks, it goes back to Mac's point about being a human right. If you have no hooks, then all it is some code. And it's a lot harder for a government person to say, I'm going to put a gun in your face because you're running the wrong code. When Plattsburgh, New York said that they were going to make it illegal to mine with more than 3 miners, I wrote a letter and I said, well, what if I have, Shakespeare poetry coin and Bruce's religion coin and Bitcoin and Ethereum, and these are all important to me because I really like Shakespeare and I really like my religion. I really like these 2 other crazy things called Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I run them on my own solar-powered node. Are you going to arrest me? And that's the kind of thing that makes a strong case, because it goes to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court goes, wait a minute, I have a right to run code. They've already said that code is speech, and you have a right to run it, and you also have a right to either publish it, and they also can't make you change your words. So they can't go to your paper and say, we don't like your white paper, change the words, just like they can't say, we don't like the ending to Star Wars, go change it. So if you have less hooks like that, it makes them, it doesn't seem as brutal if they have like the, terrible act like this saying, hey, you need to register and this and this. But if it gets to the point where you say, wait a minute, you're going to pull gun on somebody because they run a piece of code you don't like, that puts the tyrants at a disadvantage, I think. So I think we're all on the same page of that. But with that, we're running out of time. But I did want to go quickly through and just say any closing thoughts, how people can reach you, any other thoughts you have on this topic or anything that we've talked about. This has been a great talk.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to the Bitcoiners who I know are watching this stream. My version of DeFi and my version of Ethereum is that Ethereum and DeFi allow you to express your preferred values and what you prefer to see as valuable without any sort of limitations. Ethereum is supposed to be a politically neutral platform. If you want to do something, Ethereum should enable that. And my vision for the integration of Bitcoiners and Ethereum is that Ethereum allows Bitcoiners to express their Bitcoinerism on Ethereum, right? Like Bitcoin is looking for ways to be expressive. It's looking for ways to be financialized. And it's looking for ways to do those in trustless, decentralized ways. And so getting Bitcoin onto Ethereum is no easy task, but I do believe that there is a trustless, decentralized way to do that. TBTC comes to mind. And as soon as you can get BTC trustlessly onto Ethereum, you can use BTC trustlessly inside of Uniswap and all other further applications that come. So I'm bullish on Bitcoin maximalism on Ethereum in 2021.
Nice.
I'll just quickly add, I never touch an exchange anymore. I rarely ever touch any sort of
I don't have an account.
Entity. Now, granted, we could go back and talk about all the different DeFi applications and where they are in that spectrum. But I really like my love of DeFi comes from my origins in really understanding the power of Bitcoin.
I think our time's just coming through to the end here, so I think we got to wrap up. I'm getting the clock, but this has been a great event. Always wonderful. The LA Bitcoin Conference. If you ever have a chance, you should go in person. But it's been great, folks. I learned a lot. I hope everybody has had some fun. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Cool. I don't know if we're still running. I think we're out of
Thank you for keep being here. Wait 1 minute. I want to tell you something that is out of schedule. Yes, we have a bonus track. Today we will have a bonus track. Yes, this is new for my team, new for you, new for everyone. Yes, we are having the Bitcoin family joining us from Portugal. I don't know if you remember the guys that sold their house. Didi is the name of the parent. Yes. He sold the house, he sold everything he had, and he just went out as an adventurer, as he is, yes, with all his family at his back. And we're having a live interview with them, with his family and them, and him, right after the last video, the video of Jianpeng Zhao during the 3D dance and telling his story in a 3D avatar. So please, once we are finishing the schedule, don't leave, and have the chance to enjoy and discover how is the life of this family that is fully 100% on Bitcoin.
Okay. So good morning, good evening, good day, depending where you are. I do hope that you can see my presentation and see me also. I'm a Chief Marketing Officer on Local Bitcoins, and it's a privilege to be speaking here on this event. Latin America is by far the most important, the biggest market for us, and just being here today, sharing our thoughts and our understanding, what we have learned on Bitcoin usage in Latin America. I mean, it's a huge privilege for me. So, a little bit of my background and about this presentation. So, I'm Chief Marketing Officer in Local Bitcoins. We are the world's biggest Bitcoin marketplace. And I've been in the crypto for a long time, and a big fan. And obviously, for local Bitcoins, Latin America is by far the most important market. So being here, talking to you, huge privilege. I will be talking about the crypto adoption on Latin America as we see it from Local Bitcoins. We do operate pretty much in every country there. We have learned so much, and I'm sharing some of the learnings here with you today. But a little bit about Local Bitcoins first. So many of you probably have heard about us, but a few of the things I want to share about this company. So we are the world's biggest Bitcoin marketplace. We have roughly 15 million trades happening in our platform every single year. And in US dollar terms, there's roughly $3 billion worth of Bitcoin being traded this year on our platform. We also have over 6 million customers globally. And just the other day checked, only this year, we have onboarded customers from 189 countries. So we are truly global. We are operating globally. We have roughly 600,000, a little bit over 600,000 monthly active users who are trading, buying, selling Bitcoins. And as I said, like we truly operate globally. A little bit more about Local Bitcoin's background. So crypto industry in generally, it's roughly 10 years old, depending on how you calculated it. But I mean, Local Bitcoins was established 2012. So we are pretty much one of the oldest company in this whole industry. And we have been seeing like how the crypto adoption, how the usage of cryptocurrencies is developing over time. And we, of course, we are proud that we have been building and shaping this industry quite a lot. Since from 2013, 2018, we have been growing really fast. We have been doubling our trade volumes and revenues roughly every year. And we have, during that time, we have become the world's biggest Bitcoin marketplace, peer-to-peer Bitcoin marketplace. Now, on 2019, that was another very big moment for us. We became regulated by Finnish Financial Authority or European Financial Authority. So basically, we are continuing as we were, but now we are a regulated entity. So still providing a peer-to-peer trading platform globally. And recapping 2019, I think these are, it's good to know where we come from. So we got 1.5 million new customers just within a year. So a huge amount of customers from different kind of countries or different countries. As I said, like this year alone, 189 different countries. And we had roughly 1 million active traders, so trading, buying, selling Bitcoin and so forth. And of course, I mean, we are a global company with the mission of bringing Bitcoin everywhere, every single city in the world. With our peer-to-peer model. But I mean, in addition to that, we are very international when it comes to our employees. Like we are not anymore startup, we are scale up. We have roughly 70 employees. But out of those 70 employees, we have 30 different nationalities. So we are highly international company. We do have our headquarters in Finland, where most of our employees work, but we also have offices in Mexico and so forth. Overall, highly international company, highly international employee base, and we are very proud of that. Now, before going to Latin America, which is the kind of the topic of today, I just want to share a few thoughts how we see Bitcoin usage globally. As I said, like we have over 6 million customers all over the world. So we do see different ways people use Bitcoin. In the Western countries, US, Europe, so forth, people are mainly hodling. So buying Bitcoin, holding it for a long-term price increase, trying to profit from there. But that's just the one use case which is driving adoption. What we see, like if we go a little bit towards Eastern, let's say Russia and so forth, the use case of using Bitcoin as a mean of paying for services and real-world goods, the significance increases a lot. So there is a lot of Bitcoin being used as a payment method, not only hodling or trading. Now, going to Africa. Africa is obviously a big country. Oh, sorry, big continent, lots of countries. But what we see there clearly, going, for example, Eastern Africa, Kenya and so forth, Bitcoin trading is one of the key drivers. So, and I don't mean now investing or hodling, I mean trading. So COVID-19 has hit very hard Africa, as well as many other places, but Africa especially. And we have lots of people who are coming to the platform and try to earn extra money by doing trading, being a market maker. So that's one of the key drivers there. Now, going to the Western Africa, of course, we have lots of trading there also. But what is a big change there is that Bitcoin is used a lot for remittance, which is sending money across the borders. I'll soon go more deeply on that one. But remittance is a very big use case and driver of adoption in Western Africa. And then, of course, Latin America. Our key market, if you will, we can see that the drivers of adoptions, the key drivers, there are need for alternative currency, need for store of value, as well as remittance, so sending money across borders. Those are few of the key things that are driving Bitcoin adoption on Latin America, as far as we can see. Now, going a little bit more deeply on the remittance part. So, of course, I mean, we have lots of people who have moved abroad or for any reason are sending money across borders. Maybe they are working in US, earning US dollars and need to send money back to their family and relatives in their home country. And there, of course, there are many ways to do it. And then traditional financial services and systems, they do provide means to do it. But however, when you are looking for the remittance cost across the board, if you are using traditional financial services, they take roughly 5 to 10% fees from your whatever you are sending. So if you are sending $100 from US to Venezuela, you probably on the other end you only get $90 out. So it's a fairly expensive, and let alone it takes lots of time. So there is a clear need for new approach, and of course Bitcoin, local Bitcoins is providing that. We have been taking a look on the remittance use case using local Bitcoins and Bitcoins. So say you are in Europe, some of the Euro countries, or US, you are sending 100 euros or $100. You send it to Venezuela. On the other end, the receiver gets roughly 69 on local currency, of course. In Brazil, it's $97, and in Mexico, you get $98. So using Bitcoin and local Bitcoins to send money across borders, you usually pay somewhere between 2 to 5% fees, where with the normal or traditional financial services, you are paying 5 to 10%. So there is a clear incentive to start using Bitcoin for cross-border money transfers. Now, looking at a few countries, obviously focus on Latin America and some of the key drivers of Bitcoin adoption. First one, we have Venezuela. And I mean, of course, everybody knows that the situation is it's very challenging in Venezuela, the economical and political situation, that's very challenging. And of course, we have a very smart, adaptive people who are looking to solutions for example, sending money or receiving money across borders or storing their wealth. And we can clearly see it on Bitcoin adoption. So what we see here is that just during this year, the weekly trading volumes on local Bitcoins have grown over 20-fold. This is, of course, in bolivars, but I mean, in US dollar terms, also very, very big increase. So people are increasingly adopting Bitcoin in Venezuela, and for a very, very good reasons. We are getting thousands of new customers every week from there. And of course, I mean, Venezuelan bolivar, it's unfortunately fairly weak currency at the moment, or has been. And I mean, here we see what hyperinflation, for example, looks like against Bitcoin. Just to give you an example, these numbers are just so huge. So that just a few months ago, we actually had to change our systems so that we can accept so big numbers, 11, 12 digits on fiat currency, because otherwise you don't get enough Bitcoin. Also in Venezuela, we do talk a lot with our customers there. I have had many Hangouts calls with many of our bigger traders. And obviously these bigger traders are a little bit more well-to-do people. They're not suffering from lack of energy or lack of food. But anyway, one customer was saying like he wants to have a Netflix, and he has no way of paying that subscription, like credit cards and so forth. So he's using Bitcoin and local Bitcoins to pay the subscription, which I think was an amazing service. I still have difficulties to understand how, but that's just explaining or showing that if you don't have access to international services through your traditional financial means, I mean, Bitcoin does, and local Bitcoins also does provide that avenue. So it really solves real world problems for many people. Another very, very interesting country, Argentina. We have seen very big increases on Bitcoin adoption there during this year. The weekly trading volumes in Argentina have grown over 400%. And of course, I mean, Argentina is in many ways super, how would I say, it's great for Bitcoin adoption. You have people who are very technically literate, who are not afraid of adopting new technologies, whether it's smartphones or Bitcoin, whatnot, and actually start solving their real world problems with those new technologies. So we actually are seeing a rapid growth on Argentina on Bitcoin adoption. And of course, I mean, Argentina also, there's the political situation, the economical situation, unfortunately, a little bit unstable. But then again, in this kind of situation, you have smart people. What do? They go look for solutions, alternatives. And obviously, I mean, Bitcoin is a perfect alternative for many of the financial worries. So that definitely is a big driver for Bitcoin adoption. Then I have an example from Brazil. And Brazil, it's a big country, of course. But I mean, we see largely increasing adoption there. Also, this year, the trading volumes of Bitcoin have grown over 250% in Brazil. And what we see many times is that when you have one country where Bitcoin demand increases, say it's Venezuela or Colombia, whatever, what happens in the neighboring countries and the bigger countries on that region, the demand for Bitcoin also picks up, or more people will come in the Bitcoin trading world, making markets and so forth. And that's something what we see also in Brazil. So we have increasingly more people from Brazil joining local Bitcoins, trading Bitcoin, and of course providing liquidity for many of the countries nearby. And we just recently did a survey with all of our customers in Brazil, asking like, what do you think will be a Bitcoin price in 5 years? Of course, I mean, this is just a guessing game, but it shows like most of our users in Brazil think it will be somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000. And obviously, when you have that kind of mindset, it does mean that you do believe on the future of Bitcoin strongly, and that's of course a big driver of adoption. I'm actually like, I don't now have a clock here, so I don't know how much time I have left. So I try to wrap this up quite quickly now. But when we are looking at the Bitcoin usage in Latin America, as I said, like it's absolutely the key market for local Bitcoins. It's our biggest market, it's growing fast, and we are learning so much of Bitcoin usage from Latin America. I mean, Bitcoin is being used in Latin America in so many ways that we can't even imagine in many of the European countries. So we actually are looking in the future when we look on the Latin America. And there are many reasons why Latin America is driving the adoption of Bitcoin. I mean, first of all, again, very unfortunate, there are some economies and political turmoil in some countries, but then again, this kind of environment is perfect for Bitcoin adoption. Smart people, they go and look for alternatives, and Bitcoin does provide that one. Also, there is many countries you just don't have those traditional means to access international services or international financial services. And again, Bitcoin, local Bitcoins, it's a perfect tool for that one. And we are seeing people are more and more using it. It's a beautiful thing to see a middle-aged or older person actually going for a Bitcoin because it solves a real world problem. So we, at the moment, when we are looking for Latin America, I mean, it's been growing really, really nicely in terms of Bitcoin adoption, and we don't see any reasons why it wouldn't do it in the future. Like Latin America probably will be the leader in Bitcoin adoption for a quite long time. And then finally, I just again, I do want to thank you for inviting me here. As I said, Latin America, that's the most important market for local Bitcoins. I mean, it's a place which is showing the true potential of local, Bitcoin, and what the finance in future might look like. So it's a privilege to be here talking to you and talking about local Bitcoins. And please, if you want to talk with us, give us a shout. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. Send us email. I mean, we are looking to ways to serve you better. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I have an amazing panel here to discuss some of the hottest topics of recent years. No, it's like Ethereum has been all about DeFi for the last year. Everything was about DeFi. But some argue that the first DeFi was Bitcoin. And if you think about it, there was this questioning from the Ethereum community, or this tension between the Ethereum and Bitcoin community that has been going for years, about the ability of Bitcoin to evolve, to extend its capabilities to become a full decentralized financial system. So we all agree, or I think most people agree in the crypto space, that Bitcoin is king in terms of liquidity. Bitcoin is king in terms of being the sovereign store of value, but the question is about the other functionalities that a decentralized financial system needs. And so I hope with this amazing panel of people, we will be able to answer that question. Is Bitcoin capable of supporting and being an integral part of the DeFi movement, of the full decentralized financial system that is being built? So thank you all for being here. I will ask from you like a brief introduction and what are you doing today in the space? And then we move on the first question. So please, let's start with you, Max, and I will try to shuffle you around in the different questions.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Diego. So Matt Luongo, I originally got in the space back in, I guess, late 2013, early 2014.
Guys, I need volume.
Founded a company called Fold. And since then, I've been doing all sorts of Bitcoin stuff. The most recent is a project called TBTC, which is an effort to bring a trustless bridge from Bitcoin to Ethereum. And really what we're trying to do is have a permissionless sidechain that uses Ethereum.
So Matt,
who's up?
What about you, Max? What have you been doing?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I am Max Carhusa. I am one of the co-founders of Money on Chain. Money on Chain has built the first Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin. We have a very interesting token for Bitcoin holder that it's called vPro. The vPro is a liquidity token that allows you to earn some profit on Bitcoins supporting the protocol. I've been in the space since 2011, and I've been working for Money on Chain for the last 2 years.
Excellent. What about you, Kira?
Yes, my name is Kia Mothieri. I'm a product manager at BitGo. BitGo has been around since 2013. We are a infrastructure technology provider as well as a prime brokerage, but I'm mainly here to talk about WBTC today, which is our wrapped Bitcoin product on the Ethereum ecosystem, which is the 16th largest cryptocurrency on itself today, north of $2 billion.
Amazing.
Very excited.
So, and what about you, Eden? What have you been doing lately? Or
well, for the last 10 years, I've been engaged in trying to help more people get access to Bitcoin and use their Bitcoin in their everyday lives more effectively. And I think 10 years ago, I came across Bitcoin, and I strongly believe that if you can get through life just doing one or two things right, but really right, then everything else becomes easier. And the amazing thing about Bitcoin is it gives you that opportunity to do one thing right. You can do one thing which is right for, ideologically, morally, creating sovereign money. And the other thing is you can get wealthy while doing it. So it was the perfect combination. And so right now, I'm working on Sovereign. Sovereign is a project looking to bring DeFi to Bitcoin layer 2. So the ability to do all of the things that people would like to be doing with their Bitcoin currently through centralized services like borrowing, lending, trading, leverage, you can now do with a decentralized alternative, which is Bitcoin native.
Amazing. You know, I'm now looking at all of us. We have almost 50 years of Bitcoin experience in this panel, which is very uncommon, no? Because we have a lot of old-timers in this panel, and so, you know, one interesting thing is like, you know, we have all in common that you all have in common that you are working with Bitcoin in decentralized finance protocols, but you are doing it in different ways. No, it's like, Matt, you are finding ways to bring Bitcoin to other blockchains in a safe way, in a sovereign way through TBTC. BitGo is doing the same with a different model, more of a custodial model, but the same, like providing tools for Bitcoin to interact with decentralized financial protocols. And, you know, Max and Eden, they are directly building these financial protocols. No, one is creating kind of a P2P monetary system. Max is building a P2P monetary system where Bitcoin is the gold, the reserve currency to issue stable assets. And in the case of Eden, he's building on top of that and other stable assets to actually provide, you know, lending, margin trading, all the things that are like the basics of a financial system. So Bitcoin is at the core, but you're using Bitcoin in a much different way or in different environments to achieve this goal of extending the Bitcoin capabilities to be integrated into a full financial system. Before I get, you know, deeper into this, my first question is like, when we talk about DeFi, is really, because if you think about decentralized finance, I would say that the only protocol or one of the very few protocols that you can say are really decentralized is Bitcoin. So is really, when we talk about DeFi, is really DeFi what we have today, or that's more of an aspirational goal of the industry? I'm saying in Ethereum and otherwise, no, in general. Are we really doing DeFi, or, you know, it's, well, I want your opinion on that. So I told everybody I was going to shuffle you, so Eden, please take the lead on this one.
Well, I think that most of the projects that fall into the DeFi category, right, are called DeFi projects, are not really decentralized at all. However, I think at the same time, most Bitcoiners are dismissive or maybe even ignorant of the degree to which projects that have been built outside of Bitcoin, and in particular on Ethereum, have really managed to push the envelope in terms of the kind of things that truly decentralized projects can do. So a few cool examples, I think, is Uniswap 1, which was truly a permissionless, censorship resistant system. There was no owner to that system. A little bit less than that, you have systems like MakerDAO, which are creating, which creates a stable coin, which doesn't have a clear administrator or custodial system, is pretty permissionless. And on the panel today, we have Matt and Max, who both have built systems. I think Matt, he can't upgrade the system or change the system once it's launched. He's kind of screwed. Like, he has to be very, very careful about what he launches, because there's nothing he can do or any other dev can do to change the system. And I've been, you know, following what Max is doing, and he's got a very, very strong emphasis on building a truly decentralized system as well as a Bitcoiner. So DeFi is real. It exists today. You have to look for it. You have to be able to differentiate, but I think it's definitely more than an aspiration.
Kira, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think decentralization or DeFi isn't really a on and off switch. It's not a Boolean. It's not a true or false. It's rather in the spectrum. And even decentralization itself, there are many different criteria within it that you can break it into. For example, permissionlessness, the distribution of the network, the governance of it, and whatnot. So I think we really have to break down into which one of these are the users valuing more, in which part of the world, in which ecosystem, and we'll see different flavors of these protocols. Bitcoin being bridged or the decentralized applications on different blockchains, they will all kind of develop in a way to address different needs that people have in mind when they think about decentralization. So one thing I think that is very relevant for this panel is the concept of permissionlessness, which is a massive phenomenon, very important in South America because people have experiences with such. In other parts of the world, you know, permissionlessness might not be as big of a factor. Another pillar of decentralization might be. And even with permissionlessness, you know, we can break it down into the asset itself being permissionless, the application being permissionless, and they all hope to make it efficient for one of the use cases. And I think we'll see exciting products coming out of all these attempts and protocols, and we already have them.
Amazing. So yeah, I think so. We see some things emerging. So I mean, decentralization. There's different degrees, and as Kira was mentioning, you have decentralization in different points of a platform. No, so you might have a highly centralized initial setup. Then you might have a highly centralized operations, but then the governance might be centralized. So you can have different degrees of decentralization in different components of an open network, of an open protocol. And I think, you know, at the end, it's more about permissionless access to services or openness. And I agree on that. So Max, what's your take? And then Matt, you can follow on suite.
Well, I think that decentralization is a goal and is a path. And every project starts centralized. Even Bitcoin, when Bitcoin launched in 2009, all the Bitcoins were in the hands of Satoshi, all the code was written by Satoshi, and all the hashing power were in the hands of Satoshi. So every project starts centralized. I think that the important thing here is that every project should have a path of decentralization and a goal of decentralization. And we need to understand why we want decentralization. And I think that the biggest advantage that we take from decentralization, besides permissionless, is that no one has control over the protocol. No one can change the rules, and the rules are clear and are transparent. That is the main goal of decentralization.
Thank you. Matt, your take on this?
Yeah, well, Idan already took a pretty positive approach to Ethereum, so maybe I'll take like a little bit more negative. I'm not used to it. So, you know, one of the things that I think is interesting here is I agree that we're seeing a lot of things that actually have a claim to censorship resistance and immutability and permissionlessness outside of Bitcoin. And that's really cool. Like, as a technologist, the reason that I got into this space was because I was trying to use PayPal for something, and they didn't like the business I was doing. And so I had to use Bitcoin, and this was in 2014, and it was just a pure payments play. All the rest for me, hard money, realizing kind of like the locus of control and what central banks, what role they played in my life, that for me came after. Equally important, but it came second. So I think on the one hand, I'm really excited to see this tech cropping up anywhere. But on the other, because we're building this Bitcoin and Ethereum bridge, I have to deal with people on both sides. And the culture differences are pretty incredible. So the reason so much of DeFi isn't is because a lot of Ethereum, and really just a lot of tech in general, has this culture of talking. They like to talk about how something, it sounds like they're talking about today, but they mean 1 to 5 years from now. So when you hear people talk about Ethereum, like ETH2, for example, they say, look, we solved it. We've launched ETH2. Well, you've solved a thing, right? And you know, but your roadmap has probably another 4 years of work before it's really going to be the thing that most people mean when they talk about these scalability wins. In the same way with DeFi, most of the big projects that I think come to people's mind have admin keys, have ways to shut them down. And at the end of the day, for me, why am I working on this tech? I don't want to be told no. And so if there's a team whose door can be knocked down, or who maybe I became politically unpopular and they can cut off my access, that's just not interesting to me anymore. So I guess I'm sort of agreeing with everyone here. It is a spectrum. Decentralization is a spectrum, but a lot of these teams on Ethereum could try a lot harder. And I hope they're listening to this and maybe try to learn a little bit more from the Bitcoin culture side.
Could I disagree with some of the people on the panel?
I think, of course, you know, that we want to make the panel spicy. So go ahead. In an orderly fashion, you can disagree. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I don't think it's that much of a spectrum, right? I mean, sure, there's a spectrum, like, you know, human beings are on a spectrum of how tall they are, but none of them are skyscrapers, right? So it's true that this thing that we talk about, and I really don't like the word decentralization because it seems to imply that there is a spectrum, like, oh, you go from 1 to 2, you're now double as decentralized. That's not how it works, right? Decentralization is just a tool. It's not actually a goal or an aspiration or something we should be trying to do. Satoshi wasn't interested in decentralization. He was interested in censorship resistance, in permissionlessness, in creating a vetocracy. In other words, a system where anyone could veto any change that was going to be imposed upon them. Those are the things that we're trying to create. And those things aren't really a spectrum. They can be a little bit more or less, but the difference between having them at all and having basically none of them is a huge gulf. And unless a system is designed from the ground up to provide for permissionless, censorship resistance, vetocracy, right? To have a situation where no one can ever be in control or shut down the system or arbitrarily censor a transaction, then there is no spectrum.
Yeah, so that takes me to a reflection. We started the LABITCONF talking about opting out, no? And I think, you know, these protocols, all these protocols, whether they are censorship resistant or not, they have that capability of allowing you to opt out. So at least for sure, and they are more transparent than the traditional financial system. So at least they are an improvement. But your point, Idan, and I think that's the Bitcoiner point, no, or the Bitcoiner take is like, you know, if you have this opt-out and you have more transparency, that, from a Bitcoiner perspective, is not enough. It's like, you need to be censorship resistant, and that's a little bit of what Matt was also saying. Like, if somebody can take a door down and capture the keys of a few developers, then that's it. It's like, I cannot, like, you know, remove trust or at least not, you know, be sure that we are not going to be coerced into failing our contracts, our social and smart contracts, no? So in a way, that's a very interesting point. I don't know if some of you want to add on this topic. I think we are, in a way, getting into my following question, that is, why the fight for Bitcoin? No, it's like, why, you know, some people say, well, if I have Ethereum, why I need the fight for Bitcoin? No, but I think we are kind of answering this as we go. So I don't know if you want to add something on this topic of, you know, opting in, opting out, censorship resistance, transparency. Please do. Maybe Max, Kira, you want to extend on this?
Yes, you were saying why DeFi on Bitcoin or why DeFi on Ethereum. I guess that is not the question. It is the same. What is the blockchain running, or not exactly the same, because there is not the same level of trust that you can have in the RSK network or Ethereum network or Ethereum Classic network. It's not the same. RSK and Ethereum are much more stronger network, and that characteristics are probably unique. But when we talk about DeFi, what I care about is the characteristics of the protocol, the DeFi protocol. What I am using of collateral, if the protocol is trustless, if someone is holding the keys, if there is a governance protocol. But I don't think that the question is Ethereum or Bitcoin, because Ethereum is a blockchain. It is the same. I think that 10 years from now, people will be using mobile applications in their phones, using DeFi, using Bitcoin. I think they won't care what blockchain runs behind that application.
I have to agree.
It's the same with internet today. You don't care what protocol are you using. Everything you care is that you put something on Facebook and your friends can see it. That is all people care about.
I hope we can do better than that.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's a reinforcement of my question. Why DeFi for Bitcoin? If it's all the same, if it runs on Ethereum or any blockchain with sufficient security, RSK, Ethereum, Bitcoin. But if it's about that, I mean, there is an edge for DeFi for Bitcoin that now nobody else can tackle.
Yes, but it's not the same. The currency that you are going to use in the blockchain, that is not the same. It's not the same to use Bitcoin that to use Aurora Coin, of course.
The underlying asset, that's what you're saying, not necessarily about the network that operates that asset.
Exactly. In the future, I think that every blockchain will be interconnected with every other one.
Kira, what's your take on this? And Matt, I know you want to add something, so you go next.
Yeah, I think an important point to add for us, and I agree with Max, like in a few years, we will not have this issue. People will not realize what application they're using, what blockchain they're using, what form of the asset they're using. But as builders, we cannot ignore these questions. We want to answer these questions. As much as people like to boast about Bitcoin being censorship resistant, the rules cannot be changed. It could be changed. The miners can change the rules. And the miners are concentrated in a country that doesn't have a problem knocking down on people's doors. So when I think about it in the future, there's a lot of fat tail risks that I see. These are events that are very unlikely to happen, but if they do, they have very significant effects. So when I look at that horizon, I do want optionality with my protocols. I do want optionality with the types of tokenized Bitcoins that I have, which blockchains they're on. I want different options there because, we just don't know how things will pan out. We want optionality is, I think, to me, is one of the core concepts of crypto. It's not to force everyone to be decentralized, it's not to force everyone to use hard money. But hey, if you want hard money, here it is. You have the option of it. You have a lot of different options to use it in different ways. But I don't know if we want to touch on this, but I think this is actually an advantage to see different platforms building towards the same goal. And they attract different cultures. And because of these cultures of people who are building these and the users, I think the trajectory of the products down the road will also be different. And that just makes the space more interesting to me. I think we have more optionality. We're going to have diverse and better products because we have different projects that are building towards the same goal in a different way.
I think, Matt, you want to, but you're raising another topic that I think is interesting. It's like, we want a monoculture, we want diversity. I think Bitcoin by design was designing a Darwinian, very savage Darwinian model, but still the option to fork it and try to compete on the markets with a slightly different protocol is there in Bitcoin from the beginning. It's part of the protocol. So we can leave that out to after you, Matt, add your comments. But I think that's a very interesting topic. Is diversity of protocols and these wildlife evolutionary model providing a better outcome at the end, or we need to go to a monoculture and say, okay, it's only Bitcoin, let's build a stack on top of this and that's it.
Well, you introduced a really strong idea there, Diego, which is and I'm going to try to not trigger you too much, Adon, by the way, because I know you're ready to get in this too. We're poking it. So like I'm hearing a few things, right? So we're talking about the asset versus the technology. And I think clearly these two things are different. And, you know, we've also talked about, just to be clear, if the miners try to unilaterally change Bitcoin, we've shown that a user-activated soft fork can work. So what's important to me about Bitcoin, the asset, but also about Bitcoin, the tech versus Ethereum, the tech, is that the Ethereum community doesn't have the muscle that the Bitcoin community does to pull off a user-activated soft fork. I personally was involved with the most recent ProgPow push on Ethereum, and I had to get up in the dev channels and was a huge pain in the butt. And when I said, "Hey guys, our team will maintain a non-ProgPow geth if there's a strong enough community," like we'll do it. We have the engineering talent to do it. And a bunch of the devs didn't realize what they were walking into, and they didn't realize that what I was saying was the community can choose. You don't choose as the developer. You don't choose as the miner. Ultimately, the people who run the software choose. So what I think is really important about Bitcoin versus Ethereum in this case is, you know, Ethereum is complicated, and as a user, it's hard to have opinions on the technology. When you have Vitalik 2 years out talking about some fancy like data availability proof, it's hard to know when should you say no and when should you not allow a hard fork to happen. It's difficult. And with Bitcoin, already it's a lot to ask a new person to understand the game theory of Bitcoin. But users were passionate enough to say, like, no, we will have a user-activated soft fork. Now, obviously, it requires like a Luke Dash Jr. figure. It requires someone who will be their voice and give them that outlet. But anyway, I guess what I'm getting at and what I love about what Diego just said is there are extinction level events where Darwinism matters. And right now, there's this Cambrian explosion where there's not a lot of selective pressure, right? And so Bitcoin, the asset, can win despite Bitcoin, the technology, and that we're seeing all these other chains do really well because of technology improvements. If tomorrow there is a ban on all crypto use, you have to ask yourself which of these chains would keep running. I'm confident Bitcoin will. I'm less sure about Ethereum. I see it as on the cusp, but then most other stuff, it just won't. It'll just be abandoned because you will not care enough to run this thing in your basement over Tor. You won't care. And so for me, like, I'll do that with my Bitcoin node. I don't know, Geth's already kind of a pain. You know, as fun as I think it is, maybe I won't. I don't know if I would risk my freedom to keep it running. And so the question is just how many people are in that camp? Because at the end of the day, maybe decentralization is not a spectrum, but the difference might ultimately be the people at the end and whether or not they'll stand up for it. So anyway, just taking this in a bit of a different direction, because I agree that all these chains are going to be connected. I agree that the tech is moving forward. We're all technologists on this call. But if things get hard, not everything's going to survive.
That takes me, and I'm sorry to cut, because this topic we are getting into, I love it. It's something like with the scaling debates, you know, I was deep into that process, and it was, for me, it was like the internal trigger of this questioning about like, what is the governance of Bitcoin? How is its evolutionary model and all those things that I think are, you know, it takes years until you get to that point, because it's like an onion, no, of discovery, the famous rabbit hole. You go deeper and deeper. But, you know, at the end, and you were mentioning this point that I want to surface on my next question, that is like, at the end, it's about adoption, because where the money flows, you know, and this is also you know, true with living things. It's like if nutrients flow into one plant or one tree, then the tree will thrive. If not, it will wither and die. No, so in a way, there is a fight between, although we understand like the deep consequences, you know, of choosing one path or the other to protect sovereignty and certain values. At the end, I think this fight is about adoption and where the money flows. No, and we are also in early days for that, because we are talking about an industry of 300 billion. It's not like, if you compare that to the 70, 80 trillion dollars of GDP of the world, a drop in the ocean still, a more relevant drop, I would say, maybe a bucket in the ocean, not the drop anymore, but still, like, we are in that process of, and as I see it, is like you have on one side the traditional infrastructure, financial infrastructure, where all the money sits, and then you have this emerging financial infrastructure that is fighting its way in or out, you know, into a new world, in a new way of doing finance. So in that fight, how do you see the Bitcoin DeFi movement versus the Ethereum DeFi movement? And because we are actually fighting for the resources, regardless of the technical, you know, and ideological elements of it. So
I'm gonna be rude. I gotta say, the dinosaurs grew big and now they're dead. Yeah. And so, you know, something can get all the nutrients, but if there's a big enough event, it pays to be small. So anyway, I'll step off my soapbox.
So we are going back to the Cambrian. That was an extinction event, like 700 million years ago. So, what's your take, Ethan, on that?
Well, the reason I'm interested in Bitcoin, and I think of myself as a Bitcoiner rather than someone who's interested in cryptocurrencies. There are lots of reasons for that, but the big reason is because the thing which is interesting to me in this space is that we have the opportunity to create a new financial system, and on top of that, a new, on the basis of a new monetary system, and on top of that, a new economic system that everyone globally can participate in. I think that's the really exciting thing, to have a transparent, uncorruptible economy that anyone can participate in. And I think the only asset with a real shot, and certainly the asset with the best shot of accomplishing that, is not XRP or Tron or ETH, it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the center of gravity of the cryptocurrency world. It is the most censorship resistant, most fairly launched, most clearly branded, inspirational, shared truth, which is what money is, right? A shared truth that the entire world can galvanize around. And the reason I dislike many of the other tokens, and there are lots of reasons, but the main reason is because I think if we're behind this mission, if we agree on this mission of changing the financial and economic order of the world for the better, we all need to come together and work towards that goal. And we dissipate, we reduce the concentration of our effort when we're all going in different directions and, you know, trying to figure out like what other new token we can introduce. A token, a currency, is a standard, and that's why Bitcoin is so important. And I want to bring this back to the question that you asked a moment ago. Why DeFi for Bitcoin? Well, I mean, how could you have Bitcoin without DeFi? Having Bitcoin without DeFi is kind of like getting a gym membership and then paying someone else to go work out for you. It's completely missing the point. Why would you have a permissionless, decentralized asset and then hand it over to someone else who is regulated by the exact people you're trying to get away from to manage for you? It makes no sense.
Okay, good. Kira, do you want to add something? Max, do you want to add something, or?
Oh, yes, I fully agree with what Jairo has said. The only thing I want to add is that when we think about Bitcoin, what is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is the idea of free money for humanity, free from freedom, not free from I don't have to pay. And one very important thing about Bitcoin are the monetary properties. And one of the biggest monetary properties that Bitcoin has is it has almost no inflation. There will be only 21 million Bitcoins. If we love this idea of free money for the humanity, we have to choose only one, because if we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and another coins, then we have inflation, and we are losing that interesting monetary policy that Bitcoin has. And if you analyze every coin in the spectrum, Bitcoin has the best monetary policy or the best monetary characteristics in the crypto world.
Excellent. Kira, what's your take on this, how this will play out, in the coming years for DeFi for Bitcoin versus DeFi in other platforms or with other assets mostly, because that's what we are agreeing, that it's mostly about the asset and the values that that asset carries, or intrinsic values of that asset, no?
Right. Yeah. I think most people here agree about the value of Bitcoin, what's great about it, and why it's leading the charge. So I don't think there's much of a discussion about that. What I do want to mention is that I think ideas are inherently subjective. So what Bitcoin means to me is very different than what Bitcoin means to my mother, means to my friend, means to a institutional investor, what it means to a South American user who is facing persecution politically and economically. And all of these people, all of these users look at this differently. So sure, maybe, maybe we don't care about a regulated space, but if you're a fund manager and you have more than $150 million of other people's money, you're required by law. You cannot do business unless you have a regulated custodian. So that's just an example that we cannot rule out everyone else who doesn't fit into kind of our view of the user base. We have to acknowledge that. And I think that's why it's great that we have diversity. And that's what I was kind of hinting on earlier, that these different protocols, because they kind of embrace some features of this umbrella of decentralization better, they attract particular types of users. And because those users cluster around certain projects, they kind of shape the way the project's trajectory goes. And an example of this would be Uniswap versus SushiSwap. So SushiSwap, a total fork of Uniswap. They want exactly the same thing. But because they attract the different communities, the trajectory of the two projects 2 months now, just only 2 or 3 months later, is totally different in terms of the products they're coming up with. Another example I heard recently is Twitter versus Facebook. Twitter first came about and people were familiar with Facebook, like, oh, this is just a status update. But because some of the fundamentals of Twitter, once you establish the account, it's public by default, and you can have this follower system. It attracted different types of users and have led to different types of products. So I don't think we should rule out types of users just because, we haven't dealt with that aspect of the financial world ourselves. So this is a diverse world and people will find their niches.
Yes.
I'd argue though that even those users, you can build on a weaker, strong foundation, right? So in the case of needing a regulated custodian, the question is, does your regulated custodian do the entire bridge? Or are they basing that off a bridge that maybe underlying is censorship resistant, and they're just putting their kind of like regulatory body in the middle to make sure that everything's kept. So I think, the way that I look at this is kind of like the way that I look at exchanges. Incredibly pragmatic, great way to get, people involved, huge attack surface if they get too big. And we just have to find a balance, right? Because like right now, we're in this spot where, sorry, I'm about to throw down Kia. PayPal buys BitGo, makes some big decisions. Hell, PayPal buys Bitcoin, makes some technical mistakes. 117,000 BTC is gone. Probably as a Bitcoin user, I might rejoice because if that got burned. But for a DeFi user on the other side, the larger it becomes, the more of a systemic risk you have. So I'm certainly not against regulated custodians because I want the big money to come into the space too. I just want to find that balance where, if it's not Wall Street, but if it's the federal government that's knocking, we can still survive.
So that, I think, we are running out of time, but I think we are getting to another very interesting point, that is this tension between, the fully decentralized, unregulated, like permissionless protocols and or services, and these centralized or partially centralized, and I think Matt is bringing the point of even centralized services can use decentralized protocols to be safer, to provide like better services to people, and what they are providing is a layer of regulation on top of the services, but on the technical layer they are relying on the core protocol. So I think that's another question altogether. We run out of time. I think I could go for hours with all of you, because I think all these topics are amazing. I resonate with you, Idan, because that's why we choose to build RSK on Bitcoin. So I can argue with you. I also think we need to be diverse, because I think on the transition in the next decade, it will be this interconnection between the two financial infrastructures that exist today, the legacy one and this new emerging financial infrastructure that, in my opinion, will be the infrastructure of the future, one that will be inclusive by design. But, I want you to share like your final thoughts, 30 seconds each, or, a highlight, something you want to leave for people about DeFi, for Bitcoin and the future, what's coming next, what are your hopes for the future in this space. So maybe you, Kyra, can start. And
Sure. Yeah, my big thing that I love is optionality, having different options to choose for you and not force anything to anyone. So that's what I'm excited about. Different protocols, different applications on those protocols, different assets, different ways of tokenizing. Let the users have options.
Amazing. Matt?
I guess that DeFi on Bitcoin will be really huge. I'm really worried about regulation. I hope regulators understand that this should be unregulated at the protocol level, and this could be regulated at the customer level. At the protocol level, this should be completely decentralized and transparent.
Excellent. Matt, your final thought?
You're on mute, Matt.
I want to echo Adon's point, which is...
That was very deep thought.
Well, look, Bitcoiners, maybe consider looking outside of Bitcoin. There's some really interesting tech being built everywhere. You can still use your asset. You can still bring your culture. Ethereans, maybe learn from some Bitcoiners and see if we can actually be censorship resistant as well.
Amazing.
Wise advice.
So I'll totally contradict Matt. Bitcoiners, there's no need to look anywhere else. With Sovereign, we now have permissionless, censorship-resistant DeFi for Bitcoin. So remember, not your keys, not your coins. Keep your keys.
Thank you. Thank you all. It has been an amazing talk. So I hope you on the other side have enjoyed as much as I did. So thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts. I think it was great. And
absolutely amazing. Thank you guys all.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to the Blockchain for Humanity 2020 Awards. Every year we receive a good number of applications that allows us to validate the most promising use cases and solutions that have already reached a noticeable level of adoption. It is with great pleasure that we present the dreamers and the shapers who will receive the recognition of the Blockchain for Humanity 2020 Awards. While this year's brought us COVID and its challenges, it also brought us insights, creativity, and inspiration that made us more agile and adaptable to new circumstances. This year's awards nominees showed a remarkable desire to address problems that become even more critical under unprecedented situations. With that said, the dreamers have demonstrated a valuable use case for a known problem. While these projects are not fully validated, and in most cases they lack user adoption, they are inspired and driven by their vision. As for the shapers, they have already gained a level of business maturity. They have gone through adjustments in their business models, but their impact is unquestionable, and their use case adoption is well on track. For us, the shapers are the role models. They are the social entrepreneurs driven by higher purpose. The awards recognize and commend these conscious leaders taking on a huge world challenge.
So this year we had a tough competition in Shapers category, but at the end we've managed to select 3 very interesting projects from 3 different impact categories. Shaper Awards are meant to recognize those who have already demonstrated strong use cases or products that are clearly in support of SDGs. Our awardees for Shaper category for this year are TraceRx in the category of humanitarian aid and traceability for giving the NGOs in a global scale platform where they can trace and reduce the loss of humanitarian relief, which is more than 30% every year. Our next awardee in the category of financial inclusion is Trustlines for allowing any individual to be an equal co-creator of medium of exchange and participate in peer-to-peer mutual credit system. And in the category of community development and social inclusion, our last shaper for this year is Dada's Invisible Economy, for giving the possibility to all artists around the world to be a part of global community, create collective long-term wealth, and receive a social dividend regardless of free market.
Hello, this is Gus, and I have the pleasure in being the first to presenting one of our 3 Dreamers awardee, and I'm talking about Bitcoin Beach, a community in El Zonte, El Salvador, with the only purpose of making Bitcoin the main medium of exchange in their locality. We love Bitcoin Beach because they are a source of inspiration to the entire world about how you can create a thriving and circular economy thanks to Bitcoin. Felicidades, familia!
The Bitcoin Beach project was born out of the idea to really prove to the world that Bitcoin could be used in real transactional ways, and that really was the money of the people. For so long it's been associated with speculation and Lambos and the rich, and we wanted to show that this really could be used by the unbanked and really could be used to help bring people out of poverty. The reason that the Bitcoin Beach project is so timely and so urgently needed right now is because all the world is focused on Bitcoin at this time, and we want them to be focused on the real change that can happen, how it can impact the lives of the poor. That this isn't just for the hedge fund managers, but this is for the people that are scraping by day to day, who have been left out by the banks. And this is the time to really show to the world that Bitcoin will change the world. The reason that blockchain is so important is it's only because of blockchain that we can include the poorest. the people who have been left out by the banks because they don't have the proper government ID, the people that the banks have decided are not worth dealing with because they can't make any profit off them. They've been able to keep them out of the system before and keep them locked in poverty. But because of the blockchain, because of its decentralized nature, nobody can be locked out, and it levels the playing field so that the poor can finally compete in the world.
Hi, my name is Wojtek, and I am happy to present to you another Dreamer awardee. This project has scored the highest in the scalability and replicability potential category. It has been a wildcard choice for almost half of the judges and is my personal favorite project from the post-COVID hackathon. Please join me in congratulating the wonderful team behind Distributed Town.
So, first of all, social distancing forced people to find alternative ways to communicate, collaborate, and work together. Unfortunately, though, existing DAO platforms still suffer from poor UX and generalized purpose, and speculative currencies that encourage short-term individual profit and selfish behavior rather than collaborative problem-solving and mutual support. Distributed Town solved these issues by developing an applied cross-chain protocol that aims to be the standard in collaborative economics, pseudonymous ID verification, and fundraising for public goods. On our platform, users can create a new community in seconds, for free, that allows different types of use cases, spacing from hackathon and blockchain teams to creative projects, arriving till local communities that facilitate local development and incentivize neighbors' mutual support. Each community member receives the ITO credits straight after the registration, when they state their skills and the experience that they have in them. Members and tokens can move across the network seamlessly in a blockchain-agnostic fashion that makes them literal citizens of a distributed town. So, thank you very much for listening to me. This was Distributed Town, and we're building a system based on value rather than money and speculation. Feel free to be part of it.
And our last awardee in the category of Dreamers is Wikibank, for giving us the opportunity to donate fresh food through their application to those who have a hard time to bring food to their tables these days. Congratulations, Wikibank.
My name is Miguel Prados, and I'm going to introduce you Wikibank, a way to enhance local economy by providing fresh food donations. So 90% of the food banks had a surge in demand due to the COVID crisis. And the problem with donation is that for food banks, they can't provide fresh food. For prepaid debit cards, money goes to big supermarket chains, and the paper food vouchers, they're really difficult to manage and they're costly. So the solution would be to give that money to local shops and then enhance local economy. How we do that? We provide a prepayment of fresh food in local shops. Then we redistribute this money in form of vouchers or tokens to people in need in the area. So they can redeem that fresh product just using their mobile phone to pay. Why we use blockchain? Because it's secure, you don't have to have a bank account to pay, you can trace transactions, and it has a really low management cost. And it's as simple as receive and pay. We have started already in one of the poorest neighborhoods in Europe, which is the Polígono Sur in Sevilla. We have 5 local shops in this Cencosur market and 30 families supported. And as you can see, the process is as simple as click to pay, and then the merchants receive 2 seconds later the amount on their mobile phone. It's as simple as click and pay. So this is the amazing team that put everything together, and we will be happy to replicate Wikibank wherever you need it. Thank you.
So this is it, the B4H 2020 Awards. Thank you for sharing this experience with us. Congratulations again to the awardees. You deserve this recognition. Thank you to all nominees. Thank you to our judges. You did a wonderful job. And thank you to the sponsor, the Swan Foundation. And I will see you next year. Bye.
Peace and love. Bye-bye.
Enjoy the conference and see you next year.
See you next year. Bye-bye.
And don't forget to donate to the Blockchain for Humanity 2020 Awards campaign. All the funds goes to the awardees.
I was dancing with the music of Blockchain for Humanity. I think the team has done an amazing job year after year at LABITCONF at picking up the best projects with social impact, using these technologies to create positive social impact. So please support them. I think it's an amazing project, amazing team. So a big hug from me to all of the Blockchain for Humanity team. And now we are having an amazing video of one of, I would say, fastest growing companies in the crypto industry in the recent years, that is Binance. So CZ said, the CEO of Binance, will share with us how in this 3D video, these amazing 3D videos that we have been showing day after day, the experience, I mean the process of growing from zero to one of the biggest companies in the crypto space in 3 years. So, please enjoy this video, but stay tuned because afterwards we have a bonus track. We will interview the Bitcoin family. That's an amazing story, so stay tuned after the CC video to know about the Bitcoin family and see this amazing interview. I hope you're enjoying LABITCONF. Stay tuned. Enjoy the next two final chapters of this day, the 4th day at LABITCONF. Thank you, guys and gals.
Hello, my name is CZ. I'm the CEO of Binance. Thank you for inviting me to the LABIT conference. And I'm honored to be here today to share the Binance growth story and strategy with you. So first of all, I will start with a little bit of my own personal history, just so that you understand who I am and my background and how that shapes Binance. So I was born in China in a small village until age 12, and I lived in 4 different cities by then. So I was moving into a different city every 3 years. By 12, I moved to Canada. In Canada, I also lived in 4 different cities over 10 years, but I did stay in Vancouver for 6 years and Montreal for most of the 4 years. And I lived a few months in Toronto and Waterloo. So after Canada, I went to work in Tokyo for a project related to the Tokyo Stock Exchange. So my first job is related to trading. And then I worked in New York for Bloomberg for 4 years. In 2005, I went back to Shanghai to work. And I also worked in Hong Kong and Singapore. So given my personal history, you can see that I've lived in many different cities in my life. We strongly believe everyone is equal. And Bitcoin provides this equal opportunity to everyone. So I first learned about Bitcoin in 2013, and I liked it right away. I understood the encryption technologies involved right away because I come from a technical background. I had my first PGP key created in 1998. And I've always worked in financial services, so I kind of understood the financial aspects of it right away. I've never really tied myself to any fiat currency. I've always used multiple currencies in my life before, and I knew how difficult it is to convert different currencies around the world. So in 2013, I quit my job, also sold my house, used that money to buy Bitcoin, and I still have those Bitcoins today. I didn't really spend it. I also started looking for jobs in the crypto industry. Back then, it was called the Bitcoin industry mostly. So I tried a few different positions in a few different companies, but I didn't stay for very long. The industry was still very early. And I started my own company in 2015, together with a group of friends. That company provides cloud-based exchange systems for other exchanges. And in 2017, we saw an opportunity to start a crypto-to-crypto exchange, and we called it Binance. So a crypto-to-crypto exchange, the idea is quite old, actually. So even in 2013, a group of friends and I talked about it. We said it was too early. In 2017, we thought the market was quite mature. The trading volumes on crypto-to-crypto exchanges was quite big. But at the same time, we thought the user experience was not very good. So Binance started with a very simple strategy. We want to put users first. So when Binance started in 2017, most of the crypto exchanges are only in English. They only have a web interface, no mobile apps, and they were always very slow to load. The performance of the exchanges are slow, and the customer support is quite bad. If you submitted a ticket, it could take anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks, or even sometimes a month to get a response. So when we started Binance, we really focused on the customers. So we added 9 languages to our website so that people can use their local language. Even though 9 languages are still pretty limited, I think today we support about 20 different languages, and we're still adding to that. We also focus on the mobile experience. And above all, we really focused on the customer support experience. Initially, we set a target of a response no longer than 24 hours. And nowadays, we're trying to reduce that time to 2 hours. So with all those changes, we actually got a lot of traction in 2017. We also the first exchange to distribute gas or any kind of additional benefits that the users usually get if they hold their own coins. So in the early days, to be honest, the strategy is really just to survive. We looked at bigger goals. We wanted to increase the freedom of money. So if we look at different times in history, anytime as a civilization, we are able to increase freedom without sacrificing other aspects of our lives, our civilization advanced. So if we look at the freedom from slavery, freedom of press, freedom of data, the internet, so at any time when those freedoms are achieved or increased, people's life improved. And now we have a very unique opportunity to improve the freedom of money. Today, our money is not that free. And we strongly believe that crypto is a good way to increase the freedom of money for people all around the world. So continue with the Binance story. 2018 was a tough year for many crypto businesses, but we focused on just building more features that our users want. We added many fiat gateways. We also added the first credit card, debit card integration for buying crypto. And we invested in the ecosystem very heavily. We started Binance Labs, also Binance Academy, an educational portal, Binance Research, Binance Charity, which is a philanthropy which donates to people in need in different parts of the world. So 2018 was a pretty tough year for most businesses, but we just kept our head down and kept building. So we have blockchain-based fundraising platform launched as well, the Launchpad. And also we've done many early stage investments and also just pure grants for developers. So things started to improve in 2019, and coming to 2020, we expanded our financial product suite even further. In 2020, DeFi is catching on, so we also launched Binance earning products, mining pools, savings, and we also launched both DeFi and CeFi. So throughout our history, we had many challenges as well. 2 months after we started in 2017, China issued a ban on cryptocurrency exchanges in the country. We had to migrate out of the country, which we did, and we become a more international-based exchange. We're not dependent on any country, which also increased our freedom. We had many challenges in our history, but through all this time, we have always maintained to protect users. We believe strongly in building the infrastructure for the crypto economy in the future. So we are one of the first international exchanges to support Spanish language in our products, as well as Portuguese, and we will continue to add more local language support. We also support local currencies in most places in the world now, including pesos and other local currencies. So to conclude, many people ask me what's our strategy or what's our secret of success. Sorry to disappoint, but there's really no secret sauce. My philosophy has always been 2% strategy, 98% execution. We didn't have any fancy ideas or any secret ideas. It was just a matter of strong execution. And here, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the Binance ecosystem team. By ecosystem team includes Binance Angels, our KOLs in the community, independent developers, and anyone who supports us online and offline, which includes all of you today. We don't really call Binance a company, but we just call ourselves a team. And we thank you for your support. Thank you, guys.
Hello again to this family. Are you listening me now? Yes? I am not listening you. Wait, chicos, I can listen there? 1 second. Yes, yes, now we are hearing us. Pleased to meet you. I was saying that I wanted to take a picture with you, yes, and myself doing this interview, just to share with my wife. I want to convince her the way you did, to tell her this is true, yes, that there is a family, a 100% Bitcoin family. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. One more. 1 second. Whee! Great, thank you. My wife is getting all these pictures now. I guess she's not understanding why, but I will let her understand in a few minutes when I go back home. So, thank you for joining us. I'm really excited about interviewing you. I guess everyone knows about your story. Everyone heard about this Bitcoin family selling everything, jumping into the into the pool, yes, with or without water, we don't know, but taking this huge step, this huge decision of selling everything, you'll let me know if it's everything or not, then we will discuss if there was a safety net or not in this jumping, yes, but we are really like an inspiration, I guess, for most of the crypto people, most of the Bitcoiners in the space. So first I wanted to know, Didi, from you, how much time before taking this decision, before talking with even your wife, yes, or even before talking later with your kids, I guess, how much time before was you thinking about this crazy, extremely crazy idea of jumping and selling everything?
We didn't think so much about that,
Oh.
to be very honest. I started mining in 2013. I started mining Bitcoin and Dogecoin, and I just lost track of it after the crash in 2014. I needed to stop because I was like, okay, I need to get even with all the investments I made. Then things in life happened, so we went traveling the world, and during the traveling the world, we discovered, we are very happy with just a few backpacks, and we don't need all the big houses and the cars. So why don't we just keep living this life? And so we decided on that moment, maybe we just go home, sell everything, the house, everything, and let's see what we do with this bag of money. And then we just, we saw Bitcoin growing again. Some people started calling me. The community is growing. So we just looked at each other and we said, okay, maybe we should just go all into Bitcoin because we don't care about money. We can win, we can lose. It doesn't matter. We can always start over. So we had some rum on the beach, and together we had some pets, and we thought it would be very good for our family to lead by example, to show our kids that life should be about accumulating happiness and not about accumulating wealth. So that is why we did it. So we flew home, and we just did it. We just put the house for sale, and that was it. And then, then you get bumped to the Bitcoin family, and then a whole new adventure starts. So we didn't think a lot about it.
And would you say this is something that first, at that time when you took this decision and you jumped into Bitcoin, what price were we talking about, just to put it into scale? At what price of Bitcoin?
So the first investments in Bitcoins was in the beginning of 2017 when I sold the motorbike and some cars. And the last investment was in, I think, around September, on $6,800 US.
Okay, so
per Bitcoin.
Between 250 and between 2,500 to all the scope upwards. Okay, so would you say? Would you suggest this decision that you took? I mean, after, and this is not only for Didi, yes, eventually for the family. I mean, if you meet someone else who's crazy as Didi, and I don't like to put this all at stake on Didi because perhaps the whole family is crazy as he is. I don't know. Yes, sometimes we mimic our parents. But would you suggest this to another family? To do this kind of jump of faith into this, and into this experience of living the way we are living now?
Of course, if they don't like the life they are living, everybody should take the jump. We didn't love the life that we were living. We were living this normal life, but everybody is living, going to your work, having breakfast, going to your job, coming home, eating, going to your sport, like the hamster wheel. Everybody is running this wheel just to make money, and then they believe in the future that we will be happy. And so we found out very early that doesn't go up, that's not the truth. You don't get happy of just accumulating money. You get happy of living life. And so I would advise every family that is now struggling with the fact, what should we do? Should we keep this boring life? Should we keep living the life we are living? We are not happy. Change. It's your life. Change now. And if you want to go all into Bitcoin, it's a beautiful moment. We are at the beginning of the next bull run cycle. So yes, you could do the same like me. Of course, it would have been better at March this year, around 3K. But yeah, we are strong believers that Bitcoin goes to 50K or 100K. So it's if you calculate very simple.
Yeah.
If you believe in Bitcoin, believe in the future of the 21st century gold, if you believe that Bitcoin can go to 50K or 100K, then the calculation is very simple. You buy Bitcoin now at 16 or 17, 18,000 US dollar. You buy them at 18,000 US dollar. Maybe you can buy 2 of them, you know, whatever. You use 1 of them to live life the next couple of months in a very cheap country, and the other one you keep till next year. Bitcoin goes to 50K or 100K, you get out with more than you had if you want to change life back again. If you don't,
I remember 2017 when you were saying you took this decision. Yes, I had this Sapo card. Yes, where I put 1 Bitcoin, let's say 1 Bitcoin there, and I was buying an iPhone. Yes, and just some days later I had more money than the one I spent already. So I was spending, but the amount of money in the card, which was stored in Bitcoins, yes, kept going up beyond me spending. So it's like this. If you wait, eventually, if you wait and if you believe in this, and this will change things for humanity, and it will become a relevant currency, it's a matter of waiting, and your value today will be more valuable tomorrow, no? So I have kids of the same age. Sorry, yes, Didi. Okay.
Yeah, no, you know, I agree with you, but you know, we didn't get into it just for the money, you know. People need to understand that everything we do, you know, the YouTubing that I do every day, the advisor of a lot of companies, the speaking on conferences, I earn a lot of Bitcoins, but we share those Bitcoins with charity, with poor people. I just donated $250 at a family in Colombia. Not at a family, it's 21 kids living under a bridge. Yeah. This guy contacts me and says, you know, Didi, can you give them flip-flops, slippers, you know, and can you give them some food? So we share everything we earn. I think that is what we as a Bitcoin family try to change in this industry. It shouldn't be about accumulating wealth. It should be about creating peer-to-peer cash that is accessible for everybody out there without regulation of any centralized organization or centralized government or centralized tax company. We need to take the power back to the people when it comes to money, and we need to be in control. We run this world. We are the ones that, you know, should be running the world. Mm-hmm. And I think that is the revolution of Bitcoin. And that is what I teach my kids. It's about sharing is caring. If you make profit, you share. And that's how you help all people all over the world.
And here is the thing. You're talking about teaching your kids. I have kids of the same age. I just realized, yes, when I ask you their ages, yes. And you say, yeah. I mean, for me, it's usually, even though I'm very active in the space, it's fairly hard to explain them, to get them really interested in what I'm doing, why Bitcoin changes. They are not used to money either. No, it's like not commonly using money, but I guess that you are like immersed in this reality. So I would like to know, how do you feel? I mean, or the kids, do they really understand? Do they believe that we are changing something? No, she says she's not, and I agree. I mean, my kids don't. So I would like to know if they just believe in you as my kids do, or they understand what's happening.
You know what it is? It is difficult, but you can ask the kids herself. We leave them children. You know, we are just a normal family. We just have a different way of living. We live decentralized, we don't own houses, we just travel, so we are nomads. But that doesn't mean that we, from the beginning that we do that, start to talk with our kids about our jobs and about our money. You know, most parents don't speak with their children about their jobs, what they do, how they earn, what money is, because kids should not be focusing on money. Kids should be focusing on playing football on the beach. Or I have daughters, you know, gymnastics on the beach. But because my kids are involved in this whole adventure, like Julie, she does a lot of filming with me, so we do daily YouTube videos. Julie knows about Bitcoin. In yesterday's video, she's telling me like, you know, what was it yesterday in the video again?
Can we share the handle, the YouTube channel? But later, if you want to share the channel that you're...
Sorry?
Can you share which is the channel, the YouTube?
Oh, yeah. The channel is called YouTube and then / the Bitcoin family. So we have more than, I think, a few hundred videos over there. And we share our daily life, but I also make daily videos about the price, about blockchain, about the news. And I involve my kids in it. So Juna does the editing of the videos. Jolie walks with me on the beach. And she yesterday was like, okay, Dad, I earn some cash for babysitting over here. Can we buy Bitcoins now? So, you know, if I ask Jolie, why will Bitcoin go up in the long term, she will understand. She can give you the answer. You know, I don't even have to ask her. You can ask her. You're the interviewer.
Absolutely, absolutely. And my concern is I never been a nomad family. Yes, I think this is something that it's interesting also for some people not to understand how being nomad it's possible to take a regular life living in a nomad way. Yes, I have friends that are doing this anyway. But for my concern is for the kids. Do you feel nice? Do you enjoy? I mean, I guess, but do you enjoy this way also of going from one place to the other? Would you somehow try to say your dad, no, I want to stay here, I want to do my friends here? I mean, the ages and yes. So how do you feel about this nomad life? And your dad won't say anything. He will.
No, I can. You just. It's like our life now for 4 years, so we kind of get used to it, traveling a lot, and now we're slowed it down. So we're like 3 months here, and before this we were like 5 months in Thailand. So it was really like kind of like a home feeling again, and not like traveling every week to something else. And the traveling a lot was nice, but I'm 15. I want to like stay somewhere, have my own room, make friends, and that was hard at that time. But now it's fine. I like this lifestyle, so yeah.
Yeah. Well,
someone else? You know what? It is difficult because everybody just sees these Instagram pictures and everything and thinks everything is perfect. We are just a family. We just live life. We have ups and downs. Our kids sometimes are happy, sometimes they're not happy. Now we stay in a very cheap, but very beautiful house in Portugal with a jacuzzi. They are happy. You know, it's kids. And sometimes it's just, you know, when there are not a lot of other kids of their age, you know, they get bored. And that's what we try to network and connect. And now Julie has met a French girl here in Lagos, so she's now and then speaking with her. But you also need to put it in perspective with the life that we all are living. If I would be living in Holland, in my home base, it is the same. Kids are spending more time online in virtual worlds than in physical worlds. Kids give more about their online appearance than of their offline appearance. We are slowly evolving to this virtual reality game as humanity. Who are we to stop it, you know? They have Snapchat, they have Instagram, they have all the virtual Zoom calls with their friends. It's not that it's like completely different. And we always visit the Netherlands for a month, a year or something, and then they connect again with their friends. And you just build communities. And everywhere where you go with your children, you meet those people again, and you build a new community. And you know, you spread the gospel of Bitcoin and all the stuff we love.
And you move together in this car, in this beautiful Bitcoin family car, or you also travel without the car and you take a plane and go back home sometimes? I mean, how do you manage all this traveling? It's all in the road, or how do you do it?
No, it depends. You know, we have been traveling 4 years now, and we did a year with a huge camper van. We did backpacking, just with backpacks. We did with a Volkswagen minivan, and now we are driving a Land Rover. We just go with the flow. We never plan. Everything happens, and who are we, you know, to plan anything? You know, everything in life happens for a reason, and you just go with the flow. If you swim against the stream, you will have a difficult life. You need to swim with the stream, you know, with the flow. And this was not planned. We flew back from Thailand to the Netherlands. People were so living in fear in the Netherlands because of some kind of a flu that we said, okay, we are going to leave the Netherlands. Then we flew to Spain. We came to Spain. The people were even more of the flu, so we didn't like to run around with this mask. So we left Spain and let's buy this car and drive in the car to Portugal and do a cool Bitcoin tour in Portugal and meet all the Bitcoin companies and people over there. And that's how our life evolves every time again. We just, where the wind takes us, we will go. You know, there is one thing that we still didn't visit it, and we want to visit very badly, and it's South America and North America. You know, we want to go to South America. I want to drive the Che Guevara route with my car. You know.
So you're coming down to Argentina also?
Yeah, of course. You know, we once met a beautiful Argentinian family. They even traveled more than us. They are called Family Zap. Family Zap, they traveled the world 18 years in an old English cab with 4 children. So they invited us, please come to Argentina, you can stay at our place, and you know, we will show you in Argentina. So yeah, man, Argentina is on the bucket list, you know. Diego Armando Maradona was one of my heroes, and you know, it's, yeah.
But we have the same ages. We have the same ages, so you're actively invited to come to my place too. Yes, if you come down to Argentina and enjoy my hospitality if you can. So now I guess you realize you're sort of inspirational, no? I mean, or the whole family, I guess, or perhaps not. I mean, I'm guessing that you inspire people. Yes, you inspire some Bitcoiners, and I guess you received stories, you heard stories about people being inspired by you. Yes, big people, perhaps even some kids. I have a kid of my kid's school. Yes, and he's very into the Bitcoin space. If Mateo is watching, hi Mateo, he's very into the Bitcoin. He's so excited. So I guess that eventually Mateo, who's her age, yes, I mean, he could feel inspired by your stories and eventually even wrote them, yes, about how they feel inspired. So I would like to know any of these inspirational stories that you've heard based on what you are doing, no? Because sometimes it happens that we just become like references to others. No? So what stories did you heard about around you and what you changed to others?
So I have so many stories. The first 2 years we didn't understand it. You know, we didn't understand why people were so excited by the thing we did, because we were just, for us it was just a natural step in our lives, because we wanted to change life. But you know, we got more mails and more fan mail even. I get daily messages from kids, from adults all over the world. They say like, wow, it's so beautiful, so freedom. I get messages from kids that message me, you know, how beautiful must it be for the kid to be 24/7 with parents, you know? I don't see my father and mother that often. They go to work every day, 2 jobs, they have 3 shifts, you know? There are even 2 or 3 families, they call themselves the Bitcoin family 2, 3, and 4. Okay. They did the same, you know? They sold their house, they went all into Bitcoin, and they started to travel. And we meet all these people, but for us it still feels strange, you know. You remember in Thailand, we were in Thailand in a pizzeria, and we were just eating dinner, and then this Russian guy comes to me, and he's like, "Oh, are you the Bitcoin man?" And we were just like, "Yeah, but why? Can I make a selfie?" And we were like, "A selfie with us for what?" You know. And the kids started to laugh at me, and everybody was like, "He wants to make a selfie." But then we made the selfie, and yeah, some people just, they feel energized or inspired. You know, I'm a very energetic person, and I just try to be very positive, and people love this, and people want to feel positive, especially in these times. Mm-hmm. But we don't feel more or better or else. You know, we are just a simple family. You see with Jessa, who doesn't want to be on camera now anymore. We are just a little family. But there are a lot of stories. There was one Italian guy that wanted to buy Bitcoins, and he called me, and he was like, "Can I call you?" "Yeah, call me." And Bitcoin at that point was $3,000, and he was like, "I only have $3,000. I only have $3,000. I need to sell my motorbike, and then I have $3,000. And I told him, you know, I cannot give you advice, but it is a good time for me. He sold the motorbike, he bought the Bitcoin, and he sold the Bitcoin at $14,000. He called me, and he was like, "Wow, Didi, you changed my life." And you know, there's so many stories, but I still feel awkward by people, that see us different. They're just a normal family. You're just as playing Slimies.
I saw you had a guitar behind. Actually, I saw you playing the guitar just a few seconds ago when you thought I was not watching. Yes, you picked the guitar and start playing. Who plays the guitar there? Only you or someone else?
No, I play a little bit guitar and a little bit. And Julie and Juna, they play very good piano. They got piano lessons.
Nice.
Jessica can also play piano, but she's better with online gaming. Yeah. So I just play a little bit. But the really cool thing is happening at the moment. You have the premiere. I can give you one premiere.
Yes.
We
So
were
wait.
contacted by
a premiere from.
We have a premiere.
It goes really. No, come on.
There was a Mexican girl. She contacted me. She's a musician. Her name is Lore. I don't know if I pronounce it right. Lore.
Okay.
And she asked me, Didi, did you ever write a text for a song? I said, yes. When I was in the bus, I started to type a text in my telephone. And she said, can I have your text and can I write a song on it?
No,
I said, of course, if you can do this. I can't. I'm good enough. And now she made a song, and she showed me the song yesterday for the first time, and I got really goosebumps. It's a very beautiful guitar played song, a little bit hippie, gypsy style. And I think it will go live next week or something. So these kinds of offers we've received from people that like what we did. So there will be a Bitcoin family song
nice.
with the very famous BAM that I always say in my videos. It's all in the yeah, so
nice.
That's nice.
Do you happen to have a VR helmet? No. You don't have a VR helmet with you, like Oculus, that kind of stuff. No. Those.
No, I don't have it.
No. Okay. Because on Saturday we are doing a VR movie, a VR party. Yes, you can go from the PC anyway, and we have these hotspots where you get near and you can dance, and you do this and the music. You move out, the music fades. Like this, you have hotspots of music in different places. It's very nice, very nice. And eventually, I'll contact you later if she wants to show this music in this VR world that we are building up. It would be nice to have you somehow, the family there, like in this, because of the song. No, later I'll ask you the contact. Just in case she wants to showcase it.
It's really cool. I didn't hear a huge part because the sound was gone. But I will check if I can find a Oculus Rift somewhere here in Portugal. Maybe it's a cool thing for the kids as well to have, and we can check it out how it works. You don't like an Oculus Rift?
I don't know.
So like the VR glasses. Yeah.
We can check someone living near and send you one if you want. But you can do it from the PC. Then I'll send you how to connect to the VR world. It's a very nice experience, and they can even win. If you know about Bitcoin, you will be able to win $1,000 too, playing a scavenger hunt. But this is not the part of the story. I just how is it studying? I mean, is this an issue? I guess for you. I guess that you are still doing eventually homeschooling. Yes, or you are against centralized certificates of centralized universities. I mean, how is it studying for the kids? How do you think? What do you think about this? Formal education, if it's necessary.
Yeah, so we homeschool the kids, but we are against centralized school systems. We want to prepare our kids for the future. We don't want to prepare the kids for the past. And I think a lot of schools, traditional schools, prepare kids for the past. They don't have a vision about the future. Because we are involved in blockchain and crypto, we can see that there is a decentralized world starting, where you need to have other skills than a traditional school teaches you. So we homeschool the kids. And they do also an online school, which is called Galileo. There's children from all over the world that call into the school every morning.
Nice.
That's just as an extra, that is social contacts with kids all over the world. Yeah. Nice. You can ask Jodie, she does in school. Do you like the school?
Do you enjoy it this way?
Yeah, I do. My class is really fun. I like the kids in the class, and I like the teachers. So it's really open. I can make your own schedule, do your own things.
Okay.
Teachers just to help you, and just
nice.
Do you like this? That's okay.
Well, and what does your wife think about all this? I mean, she jumped with you. Perhaps she jumped herself, but I mean, she jumped with you, and she's in love. So I go wherever he goes. But what's what's really behind? I mean, are you really motivated about this new way? I mean, it's like you expected this when you said yes, I do. if you got married some time ago, you said yes, I do. Did you? You didn't think about this, but this is something that you really enjoy right now, like this new decision that you took as a family.
But my wife is not here. This is my daughter.
Oh, shit.
No.
No, I think we jumped together. It was a decision of us both because I really wanted to change our life. I was unhappy with the lifestyle we were living. It was all about materialism, about how you look, about what you want, about what you have, and I wanted to change that. And Bitcoin was the way for us to make that change. So yeah, I'm happy we did it, and I'm still going all for it. Yeah.
Yeah, we are still all in, you know. Bitcoin just needs to run. That's why I have the T-shirt today, Run BTC.
Yes. The way I usually say that we don't run. We just, Bitcoin is like the slow turtle that moves towards the final goal, yes? And everyone behind is like jumping, like these rabbits, more interesting than Bitcoin, but Bitcoin slowly moves forward and just will change the world slowly but steadily towards becoming the biggest currency in the world, no? So, bueno, I really thank you for joining. Yes, is there anything you would like to say, like some final thoughts for anyone?
No, I just want to add.
Yes.
No, I just want to add to your story. It is completely true. You know, the world is already changing. That is what we experienced the last 4 years. You know, the first 2 years was difficult traveling solely with Bitcoins. We don't own any bank accounts, nothing, only Bitcoins. And now the last 2 years, we see that all of the world towns, you know, make it possible for us to completely live in Bitcoin. You know, there are many towns in the world where I just can spend Bitcoin directly without even using debit cards. So I think we are really changing the world, and I think I'm very happy. And if I need to say something to end it up, you know, there's only one tip I can give everybody. You know, never live in fear. Try and you know, just live life. Don't fear life, because I think if you make decisions out of fear, you always make the wrong decision. If you make decisions out of passion and out of the thing you want to achieve, then that's the right decision. So never fear life, never fear a decision, and just go for it, you know. And if you want to go all in, go all in. And if you don't want to go all in, then keep living the life you live.
So nice final reflection. Thank you, Bitcoin family. If anyone wants to follow you, so it's mainly the YouTube channel, YouTube/the Bitcoin family, or which other ways can people follow your trips and your blog, and can you share with us?
So we have a YouTube channel that's called the Bitcoin Family. Our Instagram is also the Bitcoin Family. My ticker, my Twitter handle is Didi Tayutu, is my full name. But we also have the Bitcoin Family on Twitter. We have a website that's called thebitcoinfamily.com. Whenever you Google the Bitcoin Family, I think you will find us. And we also have a TikTok, the Bitcoin Family. Yeah.
Okay, TikTok, the Bitcoin Family.
You will also find us on all decentralized.
I'll make my kids follow the TikTok Bitcoin Family right after this time. Yeah. Bueno, thanks a lot. Thanks for the whole family to joining. Yes, for me it was very special to host you today here. LABITCONF is a very special conference. It's not a regular conference. It's not about doing business. It's not about, it's about sharing about humanity, about people, yes, and really hosting you here the same day we hosted Vitalik and Andreas, okay? It's like, this is the different things that we add into this experience of LABITCONF. I hope whenever you come down to Americas, you stay in December in America, in the same place we are doing the conference such year, because we do it in a different country every year. And this year we've done it in the moon, or on the moon. I guess you share the videos I shared with you with your family. If not, share with them the LABITCONF trailer that took us to the moon, but the whole conference is done in the moon this year. So next year we will be in Guatemala. If you happen to be there in December, well, welcome. If you're not and you happen to be in Argentina, just ring me. You have my cell phone now, and come to my place. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and for having us online. You know, and I wish everybody a very beautiful day and a beautiful holiday season, and yeah, live life to the fullest.
And Merry Christmas.
You want to say something?
No. Bueno, thank you.
Cheers. Ciao.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Woohoo! And we are out. So this is the end of today. This is not the end of LABITCONF. Yes, we are in the day number 4. Four. Yes, and we have yet one more day. The last talks were also related to social impact. Yes, we had the awards of the Social Impact Awards. Tomorrow it's a social impact day, but it's not a regular day. Yes, we have. It's more related to how funding flows to these social impact projects. Yes, how drive funding to these projects, and also we will have the guys, the people from human rights. Yes, talking about the activism, blockchain activism. Yes, activism through blockchain, social human rights. The guys from Access Now, and I don't remember who else in the panel. But is Bitcoin a defense tool? We had the talk about from Gladstein, yes, 3 days ago, about Bitcoin as a defense tool. But can we really change things thanks to blockchain and Bitcoin? So this is one of the discussions. The other discussion is also, we will have Alakanani. This is important. Tomorrow we have 2 3D videos. The first one is a poetic video. It's a nice video, Bitcoin as love, yes? And it's talked by Alakanani, who is the Bitcoin lady in Africa. Yes, a beautiful video. I hope you enjoy it. You'll be able to see it at 1 o'clock Argentinian time, which is TMT-3. If you are in Bitcoin Magazine, just check what's the time. Remember that you can always join labitconf.com to see the full schedule. Also, tomorrow we will have a video of Bitcoin, the moral case. Yes, the moral case for Bitcoin. We've been talking a lot about the moral case. We've been talking in the interview with Andreas, with Anthony Diorio, and Eric. So this topic came along the previous 4 days, and this is a final thought from Jeannie Song, yes, about the moral case for Bitcoin. I hope you see those 2 videos, which are our last 2 3D videos, and we will have also a talk from Coding in Crypto, well, I don't remember the name, but people from Africa was saying, from Afghanistan, yes, and different countries. So stay with us tomorrow, the English channel, the main track, yes, it will be top level again. And remember, on Saturday, we have the VR party on the moon. Since tomorrow, if you log into labitconf.com, you will have the straight access to this VR world. It explains you how to create your VR chat user, yes, and how you go into the world. But the world will be available since 8 p.m. Argentinian time on Saturday. Yes, we will be doing some parties, so it's the 8 p.m. Argentinian time on Saturday, and since that precise moment, you will be able to enjoy, to dance with the VR, and you will see all the characters in their space suits, yes, dancing and enjoying. Plus, yes, you will be able to play this scavenger hunt. A scavenger hunt, if you are in the Bitcoin space and you are in the Bitcoin space is long, you will be able to solve very easily this scavenger hunt. But the first one who solves the hunt will be, it's like guessing the 12 words of a BIP39 seed. Yes, it's guessing the seed. If you guess the seed, you get the Bitcoins, yes? So this is the game. Enjoy it. Also, you need to register in seedpirates.com to create your pirate, yes? And place in there the words that you found in this virtual world. So see you tomorrow. Enjoy life. And we are back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Argentinian time.